Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, November the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So before we get into what's really happening today, if you were in the room yesterday, well, of course, we're all watching this LGVN, and I said, if this takes out 18 towards the end of the day, I think this could go. And my goodness, no matter how long I've done this sort of thing, trading, I'm still always amazed when we see moves like this. So if you didn't see this, I'd love to say I took this on the 18 break and held it all the way to 46. Of course not, but I certainly was able to trade it. But again, 18 to 46, it's come right back down. But my goodness, and tons and tons and tons of volume. I actually took a little bit of the GTC after the same type of thing. It didn't have quite the same move, but it gave us a nice run also. But always amazing. So this morning, I was desperate to short this APVO, and I just couldn't find obviously up here is if I knew it was going to stall right there, that's a $4 move. I was actually looking under 10. This is up on phase 1B. I'm always skeptical stocks moving this high on a phase 1B. I just couldn't quite find my entry. I suppose right up here would have been okay around 1250, but just couldn't quite find my entry, unfortunately. Now this could come back. It's one of those low floats, 4.6 million in the float. The other one that in fact it's ripping now. The other one that I was looking at was, we're always kind of look at what is going to be the crazy one for the day. We always seem to have one or two. So this could be it, KTTA. It's already up 153%. So you might be saying, well, come on, it's already crazy. You're right. But at the end of the day, it could be up 300 or 400%. We don't know, of course, until the market opens. It's an all-time high. So there's nothing stopping it. It is something to do with a nasal spray, United Kingdom. It was, I guess, granted, adds nasal spray to its clinic offerings in the UK. So, it has some news. Whether you think it's great or not doesn't really matter. But let's take a look, and 644 or so is the high in the pre-market. Now, let's see if it takes that out. Now, the other one, definitely I'm keeping an eye on. This was the other one that was really active yesterday, but it faded. It faded badly. This is this ISPC. You can see that it got up to 1292 and it closed down here. So you would have thought that was over. Look what happened after hours. So pop. And then this morning it got as high as 21. Again, another one with no resistance whatsoever. I've actually put an alert up in this 2150 area. See if it takes it out later. It may sound crazy. Why would you wait for that? Well, if it takes out these highs, you're going to get people interested, I think, anyway. And you can just see what happened in the pre-market. We had 3 15-minute candles basically hitting those highs. So if it could take that out later on with that float, anything could happen. Now, here's a couple to watch, maybe, as they call them, the all-day shorts. ANF. Why? Look underneath. It's got room to the 38 level. It's an earnings play. I'm not seeing any near the all-time lows, unfortunately, but we had that one yesterday, AUPH. Sort of similar. It wasn't an earnings play, but it kind of a similar look on the daily chart. So again, it may turn into one of those all-time or all-day fades. The other one is Urban, another retailer, another earnings play, Urban, URBN. And it has the same look. Maybe some support here around 3260, maybe. But if that takes that out, you've got all the way down here to 30. So a couple of retailers maybe to keep an eye on for an all-day fade. And I hate to mention it, but yeah, Best Buy. Best Buy. Everything looked good, except they've just guided poorly for the upcoming Christmas season. So there's the 200-day moving average right there. That might hold it up though. Okay. But if you look at their release. Earnings are up, revenue's up, everything will look good, but they're guiding just a little more soft for the Christmas season. So that is why it's being hit hard, and I mean hard. Excuse me. All right, what else is happening here? Another little one. I don't. I mention these just in case, but PTPI. I think it's another. Yeah, it's another low float. 3.2 million in the float. Something about a proxy statement. All right, but it's. I just don't feel it the way I feel the other ones. But you never know. It's because of the float. You never know what could happen. Okay, just I want to make sure the guys in YouTube can hear me. All right, RLX, this I saw yesterday. Almost when I saw this pattern this morning, I thought maybe it was a buyout of some sort, but okay, so it is you, Jennifer. I'm sorry, so RLX, yeah, I couldn't see any real news on it. Did somebody say it had something to do with CEI yesterday? If it does, I don't know why, but RLX anyway, when you see a pattern like this, it almost looks like a buyout. XPEV, guys. Now here's another earnings play. China EV, XPEV. Obviously the reaction is pretty good. XL, Department of Defense pilot project. Okay, XL. This is gapped up on that news. Department of Defense pilot project. Not a low float. Probably coming into a lot of resistance. This could be interesting. It's a little more expensive, but AADI, FDA approval for a rare cancer drug. AADI. Not shortable for me, but there's a massive gap up, almost an all-time high. I guess this is an IPO back here. That would have been 3 months ago. And let's see, I'm going to put this one here. There wasn't very much volume. BMTX. The only reason I mention it is some group called Chardon Capital has put a $21 price target on it. So that is BMTX. All right, I'm going to quickly take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Can't imagine there's going to be too many. Yeah, okay, I'm going to get... well, I have a tough time with Best Buy, number one. I mentioned ANF and Urban. I'm not saying they're, ANF and Urban are both earnings plays, as is Best Buy. But both Urban and ANF have room underneath. Just not finding any making all-time lows, unfortunately. Tell you guys, next earnings season, we will be all over those, okay? All right, there are some of the upgrades. I see a couple of upgrades for CLMT. Let's take a look at them. So a couple of upgrades for CLMT, not very much volume. Wolf and Cowan. I love these aggressive price targets. $30 price target by Wolf Research. Okay. Now let's get the downgrades in. I'm hearing WDC. I wonder if that's an earnings play. WDC. I'll check it out when I get this done. GDP, a couple more for the downgrades. eBay. Who the heck? I say this all the time. Who the heck uses eBay? I know. There's going to be some hands up in here. WDC. WDC. Let's take a look at WDC. Is it an earnings play? No, but it has an upgrade. No, sorry, not an upgrade. It's just I'm just hearing it. Text to voice for some reason. Okay, so there is an upgrade. Mizuho bumps up Western Digital target by 36% on improving demand trends from Amazon and Google. Okay. I knew there'd be somebody. I knew there'd be somebody or several who still use eBay. So is eBay an earnings play? Nope. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, URBN is on the move now. URBN on the move. It broke out of that little consolidation. Oh, shoot, I missed it. I had to wander away, and I heard. So there it is, guys. I mean, there's that break out of consolidation. The next low looking left was, or is, 32.81. So it is way below that. There's your break. I mean, it still has room. Down to that 30.65 level. Mr. Real, good morning. All right, let me take a quick look to see what sort of action we've got for the major ETFs this morning, major sectors. Market is basically flat. The SPY is basically flat right now. So let's take a look what's happening. So what you see here, okay, so every single energy play that makes up XLE, the major energy sector, every single one of them is up for the day, okay, or up from yesterday's close. That's what that 100% means. As opposed to technology, 26%, only 26% are up. Financials, 82% up. Communications about 50-50. So you can see right now, as we speak, I mean, this can change, of course, over the course of the day, but as we speak, technology sector is weak, energy is strong, financial strong, consumer staples, okay? That's what these percentages refer to. Now again, once the market opens, you go an hour into it and this can change, but that's what we're seeing right now. How's ANF doing? I know William said he took that one long. Okay, well, I have to admit I am buy short on this one, William. So both the Urban and ANF, very similar looking in terms of the daily charts. A little bit of room underneath. I was salivating over this one to short it, APVO, and in fact, I almost got nailed here. I was, it broke down through 10 at some point, just briefly. I was going to short it, and then I had my finger right on that big sell button, and then all of a sudden it popped. So I backed off, and it kept popping all the way up to 13, all the way to 14.10. I suppose and then I got a little bit distracted. I guess I had been watching it really more closely. This would have been an entry right around here, around 12:45. You know, after these failed breakouts, and then it started to move down. Just didn't get it. But it's, you can almost predict it. I was a little surprised at the strength. It's a phase 1B. And another low float. All right, guys. I'm severely chastised for my eBay comment. I did get a Scotty Cameron on eBay, if you guys know what that means. A long time ago, but and I'm really interested in this ISPC, not here, and believe it or not, well, maybe if it takes out this 1946 area, 1955 area, but I mean, I got these. I just can't chase it. Yeah, I don't think AADI was shortable for me. Yeah, it was not shortable for me. I mean, it's hard to know what's going to happen with this one. FDA grants approval, a rare cancer drug. Look at the float though, 10 million in the float. And it's an IPO from back here. Yeah, the KTTA, too many T's. Again, with that float, all-time high now. I don't know, I don't really know what's going on here. I don't know if this was it's hard for me to believe this was an IPO here, but it might have been a symbol name change or something like that. If it's an IPO, it's incredibly cheap. Bottom line is, most traders are going to look at this without maybe trying to figure out why, this is so cheap back here. but it's an you know, what we're seeing here, a lifetime high. So, and this is to do with a nasal spray. I don't know if I mentioned this one. This is that QLGN. I don't know if I mentioned this one. QLGN. What was the news on this? Okay. Not our Zach, but I guess Zachs.com put a $9 price target on it. I guess they must have done that after hours. There's the big move. You know, it's not super low, not super high float, 25 million in the float, but as high as 328. Oh yeah, no, it's the flooding nowhere near us. But thank you, JJ. It's more of a supply chain disruption than anything. And there's a QLGN, by the way. Look at this, right into the 200-day. This is not shortable for me. The cancer drug one was AADI. Rob, AADI. So the FDA approval right here. Rally on FDA approval for its first product for rare form cancer. Will I be showing the, no, what you, well, I mean, no. I mean, if you're asking about a gapper scanner specifically, no, but you can always load it from the, our toolbar, the gap channel, if you have trade ideas. But most of the things that we're going to see here, okay, have gapped. Most of the things we see here. Well, there's A&F, sinking, 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 without me. Both Urban and A&F. And there's Urban, shoot. You're going to remind me of AUPH yesterday. All right, guys, give me one moment. Oh man, this has turned into my big miss today. I can just see it. I mean, I would have taken it just around here, 32.68. Just as it broke down out of that consolidation on the 15. Just lost sight of it. Actually, I was away from my computer briefly, and I kept hearing, you know, my text to voice kept saying URBN, URBN. I thought, okay, how far down could it be? Well, too far. But listen, it could continue down. It's not going to chase it, that's all. Merci, William. Yes, 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let's see if we can catch a couple of these low floaters again. Just to give you an idea of what's happening right now with some of these low floaters. So there's KTTA, ISPC, PTPI, and APVO. Why are these here? They've already turned the float over. I think my minimum is 1.5. So, I mean, this is in the pre-market. These ones have already turned the float over. So, for instance, KTTA, 4.8 times the float. So, if you're wondering what I mean by that exactly, there's the float, 4.6, available number of shares to be that can be traded. And it's already traded 22 million. So, you divide 4.66 into, speak of the into 22. You get approximately $5 or 5. Now there it goes, guys. There it goes. KTTA. And there it goes. And I mean goes. Yep, and it just got halted. Yeah, I don't think I have shorts available for LG VN. Well, I don't know though. Look at this little. Remember now. I mean, it looks terrible. Well, not terrible. It's down 10%. But remember, this was on a tremendous run right at the end of the day. You know, I mean, arguably you could say, you know, that 18 level. It's up $7 from that 18 level. Yes, it had a tremendous last 30 minutes, and then all the way up to $45 or $46 in the or in the after hours. And it just got halted. And ISP, this another one just got halted. The other one, ISPC. I mean, I'm telling you guys, if this takes out these highs here, again, I'm not telling anybody to take these trades, but if it takes out these highs here, anything could happen with that float. All right, APVO having a bounce, a bit of a bounce here, or had a bit of a bounce. Again, another low float. I know some of you are following this. Look at TAL. Look at the volume that has just come in. It's not a low float. Almost $500 million in the float. Couple of days, big day a couple of days ago. Bit of a pause and then a resumption. I know some of you are following this for some reason. Look at the gap. It's hard to tell here what the high here is. 672. Looks like that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart for TAL. But something's putting a charge into this. It's a big move with $500 million in the float. This is the one I got bounced out of yesterday on a short. I took a little loss on a short GRCL, but it is trying. See, the high yesterday was 870, so it's trying to crawl back somewhat. It was an earnings play on the 15th, which was the initial, I guess, the initial reason for it moving down. All right, let's take a look at some of these halts and where they could open. ISPC, no real clue. This is what I mean. This is from Interactive Brokers. No real clue. It's halted at 1850. It's no way it's going to open at. Well, I mean, it could open at 1860, but my guess is that it's going to be a little bit different from what we're seeing here. And then the KTTA. Again, no real clue. Halted at 732, 733. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. I always have to say that because I get the question, where is that within trade ideas? It's not. And then the other one, of course, was the LGVN. And again, no real clue. 24, 34, 20. Well, it's very spready. So what? Oops. Oh, now this one got halted. The GRC just mentioned it. Oh my goodness, look at this. GRCL just got halted. KTTA just resumed. Now again, guys, if you're new to trading, these are very, very, very risky, okay? They look great when they run up, not so great when they run down. Okay, I see ISBC. Okay, so that actually moved down. It's pretty whippy. I'm going to stick an alert. It got halted at 1870 or so. Boy, look at these halts coming fast and furious. So LGVN got halted on the way down. So the only one that actually popped was the KTTA. I'm just waiting on this KTTA to see if it takes out 7 again, up this area again. Again, this could be a runner. Look at the Lucid, guys, LCID, following it still. It's kind of driving me crazy, but I am following it still. Kiwi. Keep an eye on that KTTA, guys. If it takes out 7 in a big way, it could still have a run in it. Kind of like that. Boom, KTTA, guys. Again, as Real would say, manage the trade. If you get into one of these crazy low floaters that pop for you almost immediately, you got to manage the trade. Or as I would say, you have to trade it once you're in it. You can't expect that it's just going to keep rocking higher. All right, XL on the move. Now it's taking this out. Now it's not a low float, 95 million in the float. Right. Boy, we're in low float heaven, guys. I mean, we have been just these low floaters over the last 2 to 3 weeks. I actually have one of my scans is called Low Floaters on the Move. I actually don't have it up and running. Most of the things that I see, of course, because they're making big moves, typically are going to be fairly low floats. So I don't really have to have a specific scan for it. But wow. All right, just hungry kitty, just a minute. I am muted. Why the heck am I muted? Where's Becca? So I was talking about Lucid, and I'm talking about RIVN, both on the move. ANF continues down. All right, what are you now? Genie, Geni. Actually, it's an earnings play. Genius Sports, okay? It's an earnings play out of the UK. It's not quite an all-time low, though it looks like it is. It looks like it is because, you know, this looks like it was trading here as Genie. Maybe it was a symbol name change. The reason I say we have it 17% above its all-time low. Okay, what I was saying when I think I was on mute, keep an eye on the KTTA. As it holds, the longer it holds 7, Genie, guys, wow, Genie. Genie's out of the bottle. Yeah, this is a surprising one. So it's above yesterday's high. This is the GRCL. Had earnings on the 15th. Trying to see what sort of reaction it had. Really no reaction at all. Right around here, no real reaction. Must have had some bad news. I mean, I don't know what the news was to drop it from 11 down to 6. My goodness. But what a rebound now. What a rebound. And again, it's another, actually it's not. It's not a low float, 57 million in the float. That's a, you know, I mean, it's not huge, but it's certainly not low. And there it's halted again. Okay, you can, boy, keep an eye on this KTTA, guys. The longer it holds over the 7 mark, you get some volume, you could pop it. I mean, you get some volume like that. It doesn't have to be quite that big, but you know, you get some volume. It's just been, it's a little bit of a resting phase. I'm keeping an eye on that Genie, Geni. How about Tua? Tuya. Actually, that bounced. That actually bounced. Big bounce. Genie, guys. All right, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. A little bit of a rule. Started to break my, it's not a rule, it's just sort of a, look at APVO, guys, sorry, APVO. Okay, it is starting to come back. APVO is starting to come back. Watch that float, 4.6 million in the float. Genie. All right. Again, guys, keep an eye on that GTTA. I know I kind of nagging, but all right, MNOV. I think Zach mentioned that one before. It's a Zax.com pump, not his website. What happened then, Zach, then to it, GRCL? Like, why did it have the FDA approval? I sort of remember that. So this is Friday's candle right there. This is Thursday, Friday. No reaction. I mean, well, bad reaction. I mean, that was up to what, $11, $12, down to $8. Then yesterday, I mean, sank even all the way down to about $6. Crazy, isn't it? Come on, one more crack. Oh, I know I'm not muted now. All right, guys. Well, that's why I wait. KTTA did not take out where I wanted it to take out, right up here. See, right in this area here. So I'm gonna have to keep waiting on it. It may not happen. I mean, I'm just so interested in it because of the float and what could happen later on. All right, grunt at me. Grunt. If you're wondering what the heck am I talking about, I have the oink sound on my daily breakdowns. As in this. The pig wave. All right, sort of lost sight of this PTPI, and it's a low float. Yes, it is a low float. Look at that float, 3.2 million in the float. Consult my notes here. Something about a proxy statement, but look at this. It's right into the 200-day moving average. If it takes that 200-day moving average out, then it's got room. Look left. Well, the next high looking left is just over 3, but it's right into that 200-day moving average area. Lots of volume. I mean, look at this, 24 million, 3.2 in the float. You know, if you just followed these guys all day long, you know, the float turnover, this is just a real simple scan, guys. It's one of the last, I can't remember the last time we created a filter, but we created that filter a little while ago. Yeah, the APVO, I mean, it's what did it get up to here? It got up to about 14 something in the pre-market, 14.10 or so. This is phase 1B. Okay, typically, these can be all-day faders, but I have to admit this did surprise me, this move here. Xerox, really? LI, I saw you guys talking about LI. Okay, so this is piggybacking on XPAV. What's Neo doing? Yeah, so these are kind of piggybacking on XPAV. XPAV had earnings today. Initial reaction was good. Yeah, it's still really good actually. Didn't really want to trade this, but no disputing the fact that once it took out 50, it's got some room. Well, I got a little greedy on the Genie, guys. I got to admit, I escaped with just a marginal gain on the Genie. I was really hoping it was going to get, down closer to the 12s, but so a marginal gain for me on my Genie short. All right, so there's a pullback for GRCL, bit of a pullback. Here's one that's starting to move. RCRT is starting to move. The recruiter group, probably a low float. Yeah, another low float, 9.8 million in the float. Zacks, there's your favorite, Zacks. Zacks Small Cap Research initiates coverage with a $8.40 price target for RCRT. Oh, you posted that before? Okay. No, this is super strong. ABVO. I mean, it is. I just don't have a feel for these ones that have dropped quite a bit, and then are coming back. There it goes. Look at AEO. AEO is actually so this dropped. Nice little run. This is actually an earnings play. American Eagle Outfitters, AEO. Look at the monthly chart. It's got some room. Big float probably. Look at APVO. Wow. How can I get into this one? Telling you guys though, my focus is still on the KTTA for later on. I've seen this happen too many times, That they look like they've sort of run out of steam completely. And I'm not saying it's going to get going later on. I don't know. But with that float, now look at that APVO. I'm so glad I didn't chase it. I'd be more inclined to short this thing if it got underneath 9. I mean, that went from 11.13 down to 9.64 just like that. Yeah, too bad. Shorts are now available for G-Tech. Really got to be careful though, guys. If you're going to short this G-Tech. No, I haven't checked them. Sorry. Too busy other things. I know somebody was talking about uranium, URA, the ETF. Obviously, it's probably moving. Sugar. Knocked me out. Yes, the genie went again. Knocked me out of the trade before. Yeah, that's a great move down now. Great move down. This is what knocked me out though. All right, guys, look at that KTTA. Just as I said it, look at this. Sorry, guys, I'm just concentrating on probably you know what. Yeah, I do see triple or quadruple U. I do see it. Actually, it's in a bit of a scan that I've got. You guys were talking about the uranium. Come on. Sorry, guys, I'm just having to concentrate on that KTTA. Don't know why I keep saying sorry, but Here's one, guys. TUR now showing up on my options. Oh, this is, yeah. I saw a read where Turkey's their lira was really devalued. So all sorts of turmoil in Turkey. So this is the ETF for the country, TUR. Yeah, this genie. I think I did. I remember seeing that this is an earnings play. Actually, this is actually an earnings play that is just. Ah, man, I wish I'd seen this one. But it's interesting because if you look at the headlines, you know, Genius Sports surges on record high Q3 revenues, raised 2021 revenue outlook. All look really good. And then the market doesn't care. The initial reaction was great. I mean, it got up to 16, 17. And then look at this. Something's up. And it even says Kathy Wood's ARK, unless people are shorting against Kathy Wood's ARK Invests. Post-fund purchase for Monday, November 22nd, Genie was one of them. This is what I'm saying. Genie was one of them. Unless the Kathy Woods haters are out there just shorting it. It's very strange. Very strange. I did see I did see STG. And I did see STG. Yes, it was a low floater. It is an earnings play. I just didn't think it would have, you know, have that sort of a move. But you know what? Again, 2.5 million in the float. It would really have to take out 5. Well, as distasteful as you find them, Zach. There's MNOV reacting to the Zach's upgrade. Or come on. There we go. Later, guys. All right, so I've traded some out. Now, again, this could just keep rocking. I mean, I have no idea. I'm going to stick an alert up here, 821, see if it takes that out later on. Oh boy, well, I got out of that. Wow, it's a great, you see, you got to trade them. You've got to manage the trades. Wow. Whew. I'm going to make sure yeah, I'm out. All right, let me take a look at the genie. I'm just looking. I'm trying to see this press release. I don't see. I mean, no. It's very possible the loss widened. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see this now. Yeah. So the loss. That's big. I'm surprised it popped up like it did. I see what you're saying right there. Loss of 37 cents a share. The consensus was that they would only lose 12 cents a share. So yeah, there's your reason right there. Interesting that I mean, this news hit and it actually popped up to 16, knowing that they really missed badly. I wish I'd seen that one. Oh man, guys, that's I have to keep nagging at you guys. If you're going to get into these really, really low float ones, you've got to manage your trades, okay? I mean, I'm still interested in this one later on. I'll stick in a little around 740 and see if it takes it out. But that was a pretty nasty candle on the way down. Okay, I haven't even looked at my watch list. What's happening here? LITM, so lithium play. So yeah, these plays are not, the EV plays are, I mean, they're popping, they go up, down, up, down, up, down. Wow, this is an all-time low. Well, of course, this was an IPO back here. That's right. This is a Snow Lake. It is shortable now at Interactive Brokers. IPO 2 days ago, on Friday. It was a great trader for us on Friday. So when you say any other news on KTTA, I mean there is news. I mean there's your news, okay? Nasal spray to its clinic offerings in the UK. And then the only other news is the fact that it's a super low float. Yeah, that's the news. That's the only news that I can see on it. Now, if you're going to say, well, why would it go up because of that? Yeah, you drive yourself crazy. Not just you, Brian, but people. I get this all the time. Well, why would it go up like that just because of that news? It doesn't seem that great. Doesn't matter what we think. If all of a sudden traders decide that this is the trade du jour because of the float, this is what can happen. Well, we have 4.6 million shares. So I don't, I mean, if you go to different websites, you might find different. Oh man, that genie, shoot, that was. Had I seen that news, I may have held on a little bit. Maybe I got rid of some, but or re-entered my short. EBS, you've been talking about EBS, Real. Here's the VWAP, 4303. So you are looking to short this one. I remember Zach shorted this one this day, right here. It was a tremendous short. All right, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am now back, and look at the KTAA. Yes, back over 7. I mean, I'm not in the prediction business, but man, oh man, it just has that feel about it, okay, that it could just keep ripping. So I'll be watching this all day. All right, guys, it is now just about 10:20, so at this time, we should welcome anybody brand new into the room. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, the markets are closed, U.S. Thanksgiving on Thursday, and only a half a day on Friday. Markets will close at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday. Yes, begrudgingly, I will open the room. Welcome, Brandon. So, I always start off with our Black Friday promo code. give me a moment here. Oh, excellent, Brandon. All right, guys, so there is the promo code. It is, well, if you click on my link, go to Barry's homepage right there, click on the link, you'll see the promo code. I've posted it in the YouTube room, the actual promo code itself. My tab, of course, Barry's homepage, the tab is available all day long. And when you click on my tab, there's the link also. Okay, so when you click on my link, this is what you'll see. So here's the promo code to use. Black 25, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Look at GRCL, guys. This looks like it wants to move again. Click on Get Trade Ideas, and this is how much we cost. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. The premium annual is $22.68 a year, minus the 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 25%. I think that works out to about a little over $4 a day, $2 a day, or yeah, $4 and $2 a day, something like that. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. Now, please listen carefully. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can always start off with a monthly plan. In fact, that's my recommendation. If you don't know our program, don't spend a lot of money if you don't know the program. You have to understand, you have to really understand how to use it, and if you really want it, okay? I know this sounds like negative selling, but we see too many people who take annuals and then they want a refund, and our refund policy, I mean, it's stated pretty clearly, and they get a little upset. So you can always start off with a monthly plan. $118, $228, less than 25% for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. But the good news, and this is why I'm saying, don't jump into an annual plan. You can always try us out for a month. If within 30 days you decide, yeah, I love it, I want to go to an annual, we will honor the 25% promo, okay? As long as you do it within 30 days, okay? Okay, Brendan, I'm going to go over a lot of that right now. So, on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. The one section, the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. And here is the education section, Brandon, as an example, okay? So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, anybody who's brand new, we do have a very comprehensive user guide, all right? But I wouldn't start there. I would look at the 20 introductory lessons, because these go over the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window, etc. All the way down to the introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus, this big window here. Okay, so this will give you a general idea about the basic features of Trade Ideas. Now, if you want to dive into it in more detail, if you're trying to figure something out, our user guide is very comprehensive now. Okay, and it's all sectioned. You have these sections here, but we do have a full table of contents, which are searchable. Okay, so everything is searchable in the table of contents. But I would start off with the introductory. Okay, I mean, the user guide is very, as I say, very comprehensive, but this will get you started. This should get you started. Now, let me go a little bit further into the education. So now, daily support sessions. Today is Tuesday. So for those of you interested in really diving into Brokerage Plus, I cover it, but I'm not an in-depth user. Today, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. So you can head over there and ask him all sorts of questions about Brokerage Plus. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. We are on this week we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation, but next week, or Wednesdays is canceled. Next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all here. And if you're new to trading, a great little series. I mentioned Michael Noss before. He put this together. It starts off with what is a stock, okay? So it's a great little series. You can use it like a refresher, or if you're brand new to trading, I would recommend you take a look at this. And it's free. Now, obviously, this section right here has all my scans. Obviously, you have to be a Trade Ideas subscriber. This is a sample layout, but I've got all the individual scans here, okay, that you can take a look at. You know, I love my moving higher with unusually strong options. Nothing is happening from it yet today, but I do love that one. I really like the 10-day daily breakout and daily breakdown, the ones that you see here. But I've got other scans, different types of trading styles here. Just so you know, what I use in the pre-market, I get this question a lot, what I use in the pre-market to find the stocks that are moving and could potentially keep moving once the market opens, or when 9:30 happens. Gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 scans I have been using for years and years and years for my pre-market work. So a lot of information in these two sections. Save my link, and then you can take a look at these anytime you want. Look at that short now for APVO, which I'm not in. Look at KTTA, guys, right back up. Oh, man. I mean, it's been whippy. I mean, I got all the way down to just under 7 from almost 8. So, you know, be careful. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. This is an example. So if you want to build your own scans, first of all, as I pointed out, I'm sharing a lot of scans. A lot of our customers, of course, they want to build their own scans, but if you don't want to build your own scans ever, well, that's why I'm sharing mine, and I'll go into our channel bar a little later. But if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. So for instance, this is an example of a scan, the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, so if I right click on it and click on configure and click on summary, this is what it's looking for. So in this particular scan, if a stock is between $2 and $35, current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day, with 500,000 shares, etc. That's how you start when you're going to create your own scans. You always start off with filters, you know, because now if these filter criteria are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Imagine if I didn't have any of this and I just said, well, show me stocks making new highs for the day. Of course, I'd be inundated with alerts all day long. Okay, so that's how you always start off with some filters, kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. Okay, and again, the good news, if you do want to build your own scans, right click, configure, search. These are all of the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, these are the alerts. And if I scroll down, these icons, these are the filters. You don't have to learn them all. We have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So what we did was we said, you know, most people do not want to have to learn how, like a programming language of some sort. So we tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all, of course. It's just, you know, but we have to create enough of them to give, you know, people the looks that they're looking for. Now the next thing, if you click on New from our toolbar, click on New, then the Dock Channel bar. These are all theme-based channels, each one of them. So for instance, if I click on the Momentum channel, this is what I'm going to see. I'm going to see an alert window that's called Momentum Momo. And if I right-click and click on Configure, it's going to tell me, and then click on Summary, it's going to tell me what it's looking for. Now again, you can change anything, all right? My scans, I mean, that's just what I like. But for instance, you might like a different price range. You know, maybe you don't like 1 in 50. Maybe you want 10 in 100. Just go and change it. If I click on the summary, see how it's changed. Or I could, you know, again, I could change any value, any of the filter values. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, if you want to, you can add some filters in, maybe take some out, customize it a little bit more. But, you know, if you didn't want to change anything, that's fine. Now, a word about changing. So there's the change. But if you leave this channel and come back to the channel, that change is not saved. Why? These channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that's what everybody else wants. So just so you know that, okay? But typically what I'm really trying to describe here is that you can go through the different channels. Wow, look at this. Look at Gersel. You can go through the different channels, and if you saw a window, an alert or scan that you liked, all you have to do is save it to the cloud, okay? You go to another channel, stock surging channel. My guess is that Gersel could be right at the top. Sure. Okay. The action is heating up right now. You might like the sound of that. You could save that to the cloud. You go through the different channels, extracting alert windows or top list windows that you like. And then to create your own layout, and this is without knowing how to create a scan in the first place, File, Load from Cloud. If you save them to the cloud, you'll see them. You just highlight it, load it, highlight, load, thereby creating your layout without having to know how to create a scan in the first place. We try to make it very, very easy. And another halt, yes, for, look at this. I mean, this has almost come all the way back. And it's, you know, crazy. It's not a super low float. I mean, it's 57 million in the float, so it's not crazy low, not crazy high. It's a China stock. Boy, KTTA, guys, it's still there. Oh man, this is killing me, this genie. It's killing me. Killing me. But enough about me. So I was in, I was in this short earlier, and you know, from the 10-day daily breakdown, I didn't even realize it was an earnings play, to be honest. And I made a little bit. When it popped up, I thought, okay, well, I guess that's it. And look at this. I mean, the original alert was at 1273. It's 1189 now. Yeah, one of my 3 wishes. Wow. It's okay. We'll get one tomorrow. This is exactly. Well, it's not actually an all-time low. I don't know what's going on here, because this looks like an all-time low. But maybe this was a symbol name change, because when I look here, it says it's 11% above the all-time low. But if you look at this chart, I mean, obviously we're at an all-time low when you look at the chart. So I'm not sure what's going on. All right, let me talk a little bit about our AI. Now, for our AI, you need our premium service. Okay, we nicknamed it Holly. This is how I would watch it. Uncomplicate things, okay? Uncomplicate things. Click on New from our toolbar. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And this is what you'll see. Never mind these two windows up here. I have attached them. But this is what you'll see right here. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You can see we got a pretty good one on a short right here. And this one is, you know, could keep working. But we have a short right there. You have an entry. You have a stop. You don't have to get right at the penny. You know, I never, ever, ever take anything just because I get an alert. I will always click on the alert and I'll check the chart, see if I like what I see, and then I get in. I mean, you know, people are thinking way too hung up on, well, I got the alert at 10:66, and after I did all my checking, now it's 10:60, so I guess I'm too late. No. But how you trade it will be up to you, okay? You just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest that this will start alerting will be 9:35. You see the first alert was at 9:50. And what I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. And then you just, when you load trade ideas in the morning before 9:30, this window will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Again, you'll have a real-time entry and a stop. Thank you, Casa. Thank you, Casa. So that was DMYD. Okay. So that's the reason why. So obviously it was even lower when it was DMYD at SPAC at some point. Yeah, that makes sense because most of the SPACs come out about $10. So that makes sense. Thank you. So okay, Brian, so I'm going to get to this window that we call Brokerage Plus, okay? So the answer, if you're talking about trading using this window that we call Brokerage Plus and attaching it to your Questrade account, no. Okay, but first and foremost, I mean, we're a scanner though, okay? In fact, probably forgot to say all this. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, we're a scanner, okay? Doesn't matter where you live in the world. I'm a Canadian, by the way. I use Interactive Brokers. But what I want to do right now is put this link in. Yeah, well, I figured with Questrade. I had Questrade quite a while ago, about 5 years ago. All right, so what I did was I put in a link called Brokerage Plus. In that link, there were two videos, okay? There's a short video. The short video shows you how you can connect if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? You need an IB or an E-Trade account. But again, please listen carefully, everybody. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this feature, this option. That's all it means. Okay? The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And again, as I said before, between 12 and 1, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. You can field a lot of questions from him. I'm not a power user of this window, all right? What I really demonstrate is using, and I'll get into this, as a simulator, paper trader. Now, this window is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this window is not available. And please don't ask me about, well, what about other brokers like TD Ameritrade or Thinkorswim or TradeStation? I have no idea, okay? We'd love to have every broker that you can use this, but there's more to it than API situations and all that. So excuse me. All right, let's talk a little bit now about using it like a simulator though, okay? Paper trader. Very powerful. If you're new to trading, I can't emphasize more. Do not trade your account You're live with like a live account, real money, until you have practiced trading. Trading is not easy. Now, I'll flat out and say we're a great tool. Okay, we can identify great opportunities, but you've got to practice, practice, practice. And so we have a simulator, and it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're just starting out, you haven't picked a broker yet, you can use this, our simulator. You need our standard service, and then you can practice trading. Now, how I like to demonstrate it all the time is we start off with a pullback trade. Okay, I want to show you because a lot of people like that. I'm a momentum trader. I'm always interested in stocks making new highs or lows of the day. Okay, that's my style. A lot of people though they like to take pullback trades, and that's fine. Let's just say you wanted to take this GRCL, but you didn't. But you wanted to take it if it pulled back to say $10. All I'm doing here is showing you the mechanics of doing something like that. Okay, so you pick how many shares. In the price and the stop box, you will put $10. Again, this is just the mechanics of doing it. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a big blue line. It'll appear on the chart. Okay, so there's a big blue line that appears on the chart. So if GRCL moves back down to $10, it'll take the trade. Now, at some point, if you don't like this, if you thought, well, when I first put this in, I kind of like what it was doing, but, the market's crashing, this is, other things are happening, I don't want to do that anymore, you just go to the order section and you right click and you cancel it. Okay? But this is how you can practice a pullback trade. You could also have done it the other way. In other words, if you thought, wow, I really like to take this if it breaks above a certain price, maybe a moving average or resistance area on top, if it broke above, so you would just put the price above the current price. Ah, Genie. So I blame you, Casa. Was it you who said, no, it wasn't Casa, it was, who was it? PJ? Who was it? Who said that their loss was wider? You had to tell me here, okay? I can't remember who told me that. It was you, Casa. That's what I thought. So I blame you completely, 100% for losing me money, okay? In case you're new, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, it was PJ. It was PJ. Okay, I blame PJ. You're just reposting what he said. Yeah, it's not. It's more than on watch. Go. Boy, if it pops through, I mean, there's the high, 820. Phenomenal alert here, guys. Phenomenal. Look at Janie, 1273, 1150 now. Basically straight down, except for that stupid little candle that got me out of the trade. No, I know, Kate. Oh, I know. I'm 1000% aware of it, guys. Oh, it's okay. Don't be sorry. You, but you like don't leave. I know I'm stammering here, but don't leave your computer if you get into one of these very low floats. Whew, ISPS guys. Okay, ISP. I'm sorry, ISPC. What was your question? 1010 candle. So you're on a 10-minute chart or 5-minute chart? I mean, for me, a trigger, I mean, you'd be giving up a lot, but remember where it was in the pre-market. To me, a trigger would be, more up here, around that 1440 mark. There's about 3 5-minute candles there. So if it tore through that on volume, you'd have another area right here around 1530 or so. But I mean, if it tore through this area on volume, I mean, anything could happen. All right, let's take a trade. I'm going to talk briefly about money management. Anybody still in Genie? Man, oh man. So we're even getting close to that all-time low. I'm telling you guys, KTTA has not been easy. Oh. All right, A&F, another leg down now. Earnings play, another leg down. Coming into that, but a dollar away from the number 38.24, the 200-day moving average. Okay, I just want to show you. I'm going to pick one that might make a little bit of sense. Yeah, that only hit $45 or $46 after hours yesterday. If you can believe it. LGVN. Look at this. 45.50. All right, let me just try to find something to demonstrate some money management techniques. Boy, this is just getting absolutely destroyed, Genie. All right, guys. Well, listen, I just trying to demonstrate some money management techniques here, okay? And just trying to find something near the high of the day that isn't too whippy. But let's just take this one, okay? Let's just say you think, okay, APVO was really strong early. Maybe it's bottomed out right here, okay? At spread. I'm just going to demonstrate. Okay, Rost, okay. Yeah, it's probably a little more expensive than I want though, because remember, I always want to have a 20 cents. Yeah, it's too expensive. I want to have a 20-cent stop just to make the math easy, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, listen. I will take the APVO in the simulator. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy right at the market. The spread is only a penny. Well, it was a penny. Just sort of widen. Let's see where I got it at. Okay, took the trade at 8.55. I'm going to put a stop. I mean, I may get stopped out right away, but that's okay. Just trying to demonstrate some money management techniques. So entry at 8.55. I'm going to put a stop at 8.35. Why? Well, again, I'll explain that. We get stopped out immediately. So you can see right there, 8.35, a red line appeared on the chart, and it says minus 97, close to $100. When you get into a trade, the way I trade anyway, is that I'm always going to have a price I'm going to get out if the trade isn't working for me, okay? You can't just assume that every trade you get into is going to work. In my opinion anyway, you have to have a stop, a price where you're going to get out if it's not working. So you should always also, for the way I trade, I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. You know, I have a checklist. Unless I can put a check mark beside everything, I won't take the trade. Now, admittedly, virtually all of my scans, you know, I can have a check mark already. In other words, I know what my price range is, so I know it's not going to be outside my price range. I know what the minimum volume has to be for me. I know what the relative volume has to be for me. So, you know, I can already check a few boxes just using my scans. And then afterwards, you know, I'll click on the alert, see what sort of room I think it's got, kind of check out the pattern. But if I don't like it, then I don't take the trade. Okay, so I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. So let's just say though, everything checks out, everything looks fabulous, it still may not work. The best setup I've ever seen in my life, the best news I've ever heard in my life, guess what? Sometimes it just doesn't work anyway. So that's why I have a stop. I have a price, I'm getting out. Now, and that's where the practice is going to come in. You know, I typically check a chart. If I look to see where I think there's a big support area, lots of action at a certain price, so that if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Others may use the low, the previous 5-minute candle, or a 15-minute candle, maybe a moving average. That's why you've got to practice. You've got to get comfortable how you are going to be placing your stops. So let's just say you've placed your stop. How much you're going to risk on the trade? Okay, that's the other big issue. If you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. So that means that if it hits my stop price, the worst I want to do in the trade is I only want to lose $100. That is my manageable risk that I'm using. And I use that every trade in the simulator. I don't vary my risk. Even in my live account, I don't risk $100 one trade, $2,000 the next, $50 the next. I'm always keeping my risk amount about the same every single trade. So why did I take 500 shares? That's the other thing. For me, I don't take the same number of shares every trade. How my share size is determined is if I take my entry price, which is $8.55 in this case, and $8.35 is my stop. That's why I wanted to make the math very easy. My stop was 20 cents away. If I'm risking $100 on a trade, I divide 20 cents into 100. I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500 shares to demonstrate this money management. All right, so it's a bunch of key concepts. Look for all sorts of reasons not to take the trade. Know where your stop is going to be. That'll share size you. And now probably the most important thing is to try to obey your stop. It can be really, really difficult to obey your stop, especially when you think it has to work. The trade has to work. Great earnings, great setup, great everything. But again, guys, sometimes they just don't work. Even the primo setup just doesn't work. But you can start second guessing yourself, saying, well, you know what, maybe my stop was too tight because this is such a great setup. So you start disobeying your stop, and so that manageable $100 loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally sell and give up and say, man, why didn't I obey my stop? Now, one of the worst things that can happen is to not obey your stop, say, it's going to come back. Now you're down $200, $300, and then it does come back. And now all of a sudden you're up $100 to $1,000, okay? And you say, well, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. Can that happen? Of course it can happen. All I'm saying is that, as long as I've traded, and I used to do that. Everybody does it. You don't want to obey your stop because you just cannot believe that it's not going to work. But, obeying your stop in the long run, in my opinion, is going to help you keep, if you want to make this, like a livelihood, it'll keep you in the game. So meanwhile, not bad. Got in at 8:55, and now these columns you see here, today's profit. Now remember I put in a conditional buy alert for GRCL. Remember I put that. Now if I don't like it right now, I'll just flatten it. Okay. Now the same thing applies though. If I had put this in. Conditional buy alert at 10. I would know where my stop is though. Okay, if it didn't work if it wasn't working, you would always have your stop, and that would have share sized you. So there's a little bit of math to do, but that's why you've got to practice. I do see it's holding. Believe me, I've got this thumbnailed. Okay, guys. In case you think I'm, just not knowing what's happening. But, I've got this one thumbnailed, my other chart, my other window, my other monitor. So what this is telling me right now, my max prop, now these should be just about equal, but this can be a good gauge to tell you how good are my exits, okay? I'm going to exit this one right now, the APVO. These are hotkeys. To get out of a trade, all I have to do is highlight it and flatten it. It'll take me out of the trade. So what this is telling me, this max P&L is telling me that at one point I was up $227, okay? There's something going on here, this total P&L, and this is out of whack here, guys. I don't know what's going on here. But this is in the simulator. But my max, if I got out right at the very top here, that was for APVO. If I got out right here at 913, I would have made 227. Where I got out, I made 189. This is in the simulator, okay? This is a good gauge to tell you, well, how good are my exits? Now this is the other one to really keep an eye on, because this is telling me, okay, from where you got out, this will tell me how far from my exit price, distance from the exit price. So at this point, it's 7 cents under where I got out, which is what you'd want to see. In fact, what you'd want to see is a big, big negative number. because then you'd be saying to yourself, oh, thank gosh I got out. You know, it's way under now. The price is way under where it got out. Conversely, you know, especially with this one, anything can happen. We may see a big positive number, you know, because it may rip higher, and it's just the way it is. But this can kind of give you a bit of a gauge, because how good are your exits? That's the other, you know, you might get really, really good at your entries, you know, with your stop and all that. But another huge challenge, of course, is knowing when to get out, when to take some profit, and all of that. And that's only going to come with some practice. Now, the other thing, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward, and therefore you can practice swing trading also here. Well, then you have to manage the exits manually, Flam, I guess. If they don't allow it, you're talking about in auto fashion? Yeah, well, then if they don't allow it, then there's only, you have to manage the trade manually then. Boy, this KTTA is I'm going to have to reset my alerts. I'm still holding out for later on in the day. Yeah, I mean, nothing you can do about it. I mean, if they don't allow it, they don't allow it, so you're going to have to manage the trades manually. Yeah, man, oh man, we have. I haven't really looked at the market since they opened. We had a little bit of a pop here, but now we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So an hour and 15 straight down. Tech is getting kicked. Dow is down. SPY is down. But it's mainly. Remember what we saw in the pre-market. Remember when I looked at. Remember when we looked at the sector status? So energy, every single energy play is still up. But remember, tech was only up. I think there were only about maybe 30% of them were up. Again, this is in relation to yesterday's close. So when we looked at this in the pre-market, you know, tech was the weak sector. Financials are coming down. I think at one point that was up at 80%. The one that is maintained, though, is energy. Energy, every single energy stock is up. Okay, just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, with that KTTA, I'm really interested to see what happens in, say, the last hour and then the after hours, and see if it does do something really, really insane. But right now, you know, it's just too erratic. I don't have a lot of confidence in taking another trade. Traded it 3 times so far. The last one, you know, I escaped. CRXT, yes, I see it is halted. And you're right, straight up. And, oh man. Okay, guys, hold on. Look at that float, 1.77 million in the float. So the next high looking left is 569. But, look at this, guys. So the projected right now, and this can change. Of course, this can change. But there's the halt at 522. The projected open could be around that 594 mark. But, of course, this can change. It was halted at 57. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:02. I'm sorry, it's obviously halted a lot longer. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, there it opens. I'm just going to say it's going to open now. And it did just open now. And it did pop up to that level. So granted U.S. patent title okay, well, oral testosterone, all right. Testosterone deficiency. All right, so they were granted a patent. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Wow. I mean, the next high looking left on that daily chart is 8. Certainly none at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, it's a meat grinder, Dak. Yeah, I think I still have my alerts set. Yeah, I have my alerts set way up here around that 8:20 mark. I want to see it, you know, later on in the day. I don't. My feeling is that it's not done, but you know, I'm not going to take it now. All right, yeah. Well, look at this guy. So remember I was saying excuse me, now the distance from the exit price is now 49 cents. So that's telling me, again, this is in the simulator, that would not have been a great exit. Okay? It's 49 cents above where I exited. Yeah, I mean, the market volume is low, but not for a lot of the things that we're looking at, of course. I mean, you know, 39 million, 4 million in the float. Okay, now this one. Let's put an alert up here, 641 or so. And see if it takes out that high and just starts to run again. Boy, this was one. I mean, there were just no shorts available for me. AADI. Wow. I mean, it hit a high $40, $25 now. There's always a chance. It doesn't look good now, but you know, there's always a chance. I don't know how to answer a question like that, really. You know, of course there's a chance. It doesn't look good right now, but But when I see a question like that, it sounds like you're in it and you're hoping it comes back. And then, of course, we're going to nag at you because it sounds like you didn't have a stop. Where did you get in? What price did you get in? I know, and this. Oh, okay. Well, it's not terrible. 26.82. So you're about $1 away. So where is the price you're going to get out when you feel that it's not working? Like your stop. Where are you going to put your stop? If it, if you eventually you're going to have to say to yourself, I mean, would you let it get down to $20, 25? So that was a stop based on, okay, I mean, I can see that, I mean, you're basing it on yesterday's close or so in this area. All right, so you're willing to risk then $1.82 on the trade. Okay. Well, as long as you have a stop, well, you're willing to risk $1.82, and that translates also to how many dollars you're willing to risk on the trade. So if you're willing to risk $1.82, let's make it $1.80. Okay, that means that you have an expectation of at least making $3.60 on the trade. In other words, a 1 for 2. You don't want to, the way I trade anyway. Now, it may look like that's not the case because, I'll get out of a trade. But now the other thing is, I don't know why we have there's a moving average right there. But so when I get into a trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least what I'll call a 1 for 2 risk reward. So to make the math easy, if I'm risking 20 cents on the trade, I have to be able to look at a chart and say to myself, yeah, it could run 40 cents from where I got in before it hits some resistance or a moving average or something. I have to have a reasonable expectation of getting at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. Some will say a 1 for 3. So that meant when you took that trade with a $1.80 stop, you had to think, well, this could pop 360. Now I understand why you could think that. Now, will it happen? I don't know. Meanwhile, guys, I should be in this trade. I could be in a couple of them from the AI. But this is a great trade from the AI, the ASTR. Had the news yesterday, a successful launch, but it sold right off. I mean, look what it did. It got up to 1363 or so. It closed down here, almost $2.50 lower. And now it's continuing lower. The AI had an alert at 1066 to short. This, oh, sugar. Just a minute. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Trouble with the window here. There we go. Okay, so there was this is what I'm talking about. 1066. You could have waited. You didn't have to get in right away. Check out the chart. And then the other one, though, is the laser. And, you know, after this alert, it actually popped up to, here was the alert, it actually got back up to 840 before it finally started to move down. But two nice shorts. I know a lot of you don't want to short. Can't help you then. Even my G-Tech short would have worked. You know, but I did take myself out of that trade. How do you short? You hit the big sell button. So there's a couple of things about shorting. Yes, it is. CRXT is shorted, is halted because of volatility, yes, on the way down. So there were a couple of things about shorting, okay, just in general. First of all, you have to make sure your broker has shorts available. Now, I can't talk about any other broker other than Interactive Brokers, but for instance, you know, this is telling me that for this stock, you can't see the symbol, it's XL. There are 26,000 shorts available to short, okay? That's the first thing. So there's a little bit of a difference there. When you want to buy a stock, there's usually never, ever an issue, okay? But in order for you to short a stock, you know, your broker has to have shorts available. So all shorting is this. When you buy a stock, you're hoping it goes up in price. When you short a stock, you're hoping it goes down in price. It's almost that simple. When you buy a stock, again, in Interactive Brokers, you hit the buy button. When you short a stock, you hit the sell button. Okay? And when you want to sell a stock after you've gone long, what do? Well, you sell it. When you want to, what's called cover a short position, when you've gone short, you buy it. It's just a different way of thinking. But the bottom line is, when you short something, when you short something, you're just hoping it goes down. When you buy something, you hope it goes up. Yeah, I don't know if that's a big deal intraday unless you're trying to get something that is really hard to borrow. No, I know, but if I want to short something right here, you know, and I'm not in a position right now, then I just hit the big sell button, and that puts me into a short. All right, guys, let's see what's happening. So the market, so that was an hour down. So that actually, at one point this was, that candle right here in the SPY chart, that candle was red, but the buyers have stepped in a little bit and they closed it higher. And this candle, and so there's the next candle. So a little bit of a rally. I mean, the Dow is up now. Tech is still down. Excuse me. Playboy getting, why not? $200, $230. All right. Well, listen, your AADI has a little bit of a pop for you. You said, what do you say? You got in at 26.30 or something? 26 something? So you are now in a positive position. 26.82? Yeah. So you're mildly positive right now. Look at this. So this was a, again, in the simulator, a terrible exit. You would never want to see that. So where I exited, again, I'm just demonstrating the use of the simulator, but where I exited, it's $1.46 now above where I exited. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So, the most relaxing trade of the day should have been Genie, Geni. Anyway, right. I mean, you want to print this chart out, print the 5-minute chart out, print the 2-minute chart out. Look how beautiful that is. Beautiful in that you didn't get, other than that stupid candle that knocked me out. But had I known about the revenue or the loss widening, like I probably, at least I would have looked at reshorting it, even if I got out of my entire position. But that is exactly what you want to see. I mean, this is just straight down. No giant green candles to whip you out of a position. Even on the 5-minute chart, there was just a momentary pause right there. Even on the 2-minute chart, where you get a little more, gyration, nothing. Nothing. Yeah, I do see the pop for ISPC. I do see it. For what? For which one, Jim? You mean in general, where you can find all my scans? Okay. Let me ask you this. Can you find my homepage tab? Can you see my homepage tab? So you're an off topic right now. Can you see my homepage tab? Yes, no? Okay, so if you click on my homepage tab, so there's my homepage. Okay, there's the link to my homepage. So when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So here, this section right here, here are my scans. Sample layout, and then my scans. And this is the one that gave us daily 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, look how few there were, just two. But what an alert for Janie. And you know, even the long ones. I mean, obviously KTTA, I find it very, very whippy and jumpy. But anyway, here are the two that I pay a lot of attention to, and I really pay attention to the moving higher with unusually strong options, which has not given one alert yet today. A little bit strange, not one alert. There is no halt in APVO, I don't think. Now, only $2.23 from the exit price. However, look at this one. It's $1.90 under the exit price. So, you know, that was a good exit. Well, APVO is, you know, I have to admit, it's pretty darn strong for a phase 1B. And it's continuing here. That float, that'll float get you every time. 4.6 million in the float. Well, I'm stubbornly going to think that KTTA later on in the day will get back over 8, and then I'll be watching it again. It may not happen. It was halted down again. Yes, CRXT was halted down twice. So that was much ado about nothing. All right, guys, I'm just kind of scanning my thumbnail charts, my other monitor, not seeing anything. Now, that ISPC, very, Very challenging. Okay, guys, I am just kind of biding my time now. I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes or so. No rush to do anything. Not quite, but you see how that 200-day moving average affected QLGN? When I say not quite, it did pop a little bit above it, about a dime above it. But there's that green line is the 200-day. So it did pop above it, came right back down. ALZN. Of course, this one, yeah, a few days ago, it's an Alzheimer play, of course. And yeah, 39 million in the float. Not crazy high, not crazy low. Okay. A couple of things, Ija. There's no sound alert on them, okay? That's why don't I talk about the 820 gappers anymore. So consequently, it's like having a window that I'd have to stare at it all day long, as opposed to which I don't want to do. Okay, number one. Number two, I just didn't think. I think we need more filters in place. I mean, I can look at it right now, but and there were a couple of days in which the whole ME, all these MEs were toast. Yeah. The other thing is too many alerts, just too many alerts, and no. You see, and I just loaded it. I don't see one today though. But again, without having a sound alert on it, it means I literally have to be just staring at this screen all day long, and I just don't want to do that. Excuse me. All right, guys, let's see. Just like clockwork, 11:30. My headset just died. Just a second. Yeah, I have to admit, I am surprised about this APVO move. I really did not think, based on that Phase 1B, that it would have the same. I think what's happened, obviously, traders just got a hold of it, and they're not even looking at the news. They're just trading it with because of that float, which is fine. I mean, this is almost, what's the high in the pre-market? It's getting closer and closer. 14.15, so at $1.50 away or so. All right, well, let's take a look at my watch list to see what happened. Okay, so this is the don't repeat version. So we had an alert for GRCL at 9:46. The price was 870. So this is the first time it was alerted. What happened afterwards? Of course, it got up to 1183. APVO, again, the first time it was alerted. Again, this is a watch list, right? This is not necessarily you get the alert, you take the trade. It's a watch list to be watched all day long. 1038, 1283. I don't think this one worked. 246 for the PTPI. You know what? I mean, that's not bad. Got up to 3. STG, 436. What happened after that? This was really choppy. Even this one, my goodness, I got to pay more attention to my watch list now. Look at this one. I mean, 435 got up to 480, and now this is the tough one. 821. Yeah, I mean, it got up to 855. So I would say, I mean, as a watch list, and that's how I define it. Pretty awesome today. If you're following them, why I create these to give you guys just a certain number of stocks to watch all day long. On the downside, I have no idea. You would think with the way the market is, you would think some action, but I don't know. 972, what did I get down to? 962, no. AUR, 1349. Wow, look at this, 1349 on the short. That's a huge move. LITM, I know I was looking at that one earlier. 734, hasn't really moved. This is this is actually just like 3 cents before the AI hit. So another good, actually, so great. The watch list is great today. Excellent, both on the long side and the short side. Of course, you can access my watch list just by clicking on New, Doc Channel Bar, and Barry's watch list. Where are you? Right here. And also included in that is my unusually strong options volume. Okay, so it's not just the watch list. Well, I should show it. Okay, so this is moving down and moving up, unusually strong options, and then this is the repeating version, okay, where you'll see the stock over and over and over again. Both the watch list down and the watch. Now, why you don't see the original ones? It's because I just loaded the window. So if that's all you wanted to do all day long, that wouldn't be the worst thing. You've got just a really solid number of stocks to follow every single day. And, very manageable, not a huge amount. So if you're new to trading, Yeah, I don't know about this KTTA now. This is looking pretty bleak. Yeah, good for you, Raul. All right, guys, so it's 11:42. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to pop the YouTube link in. Michael will be there. And again, you had a lot more detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus, maybe creating strategies and back testing them, things like that. He's your man. I don't do any back testing at all. If you're asking why, back testing takes a lot of time which I just don't have. And before I do go, just bring your attention again to the fact that we've got the Black Friday promo code is alive right now still. It should be good until Sunday night, this coming Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. We have one from the option scanner. Now, let's take a look at QLGN. So it did get above the 200-day moving average again. I suppose 330 could, wow, I mean, this has got some room, guys. I mean, there's, right here, it's got to get through this in the pre-market. But, I mean, it did get up to 330 after hours yesterday. So it's got some room. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade. I'm just pointing out a reason why I might take the trade. So again, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, there's your promo code, BLACK25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And again, my recommendation is if you don't know the program, do not take out an annual subscription. You can always just start off with a monthly. The only reason I think people, they want to take advantage of the discount. I get that. The discount for our premium service is only, yes. Sorry, guys. QLGN. Oh my goodness. Okay. The only reason people will take out an annual usually is because, I see that 25% discount. I want to take advantage of it for the full year. The discount on the monthly is only good for the first month, etc., etc. While that's true, yes, it is true. But before you take out an annual, you can always try us out. Okay, either the premium or the standard monthly, and you'll get that 25% discount that first month. You're right. And if you decide you want to upgrade to an annual and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. So, 30 days can give you maybe an idea about whether or not you want to actually, commit to an annual subscription. All right, guys. Well, that was a nice, I don't even want to call it a scalp trade because it certainly was about a 1 for 2.5. Mentioned the QLGN. 208 was the alert. And it got up to 232. So just to give you an idea, my stop was certainly going to be the whole number, so that's 8 cents. So I had to have a reasonable expectation of making 16 cents. I thought I did, which would have been take me to 224. It got up to 232. Whew. Now this could, I'm out of it now, guys, mainly because I'm going to be taking a break pretty soon. And I don't want to be hanging around in this trade with that float. Well, I definitely misread the APOV. I did APOV. I did not think it would do this, but takes out that high right there. That's a pre-market high, 1410 or so. If it did that, the next high looking left on the daily is 1488. So I mean, it would still have some room. Okay, there's your first bounce for Genie. It's a pretty big one, but 60 cents. See how it, that whole number would have really got me thinking, okay, I don't think it's going to get through that whole number. So I would have been taking a lot out right around that 10 level. Yeah, Raul probably is not going to make tell you how much he makes a month. It's a little personal, even though we're all basically anonymous except for myself. Ooh, you know what? I got to make sure that it is Michael. But if it's Chris, okay, yeah, he had a power outage where he lives in Nova Scotia, but he's just saying that he's back, so it's okay. So I'm just gonna make sure. Oops. And he is saying yes. I did. I talked about it. I said it had room. I'm not in it anymore. The QLGN you're talking about. Mainly because I'm going to be taking a break, but it's stumbling right now, right through this, right around here. But the reason I took it is because of what it did after hours yesterday, 325. So I thought the risk reward was good enough, so I took it. Well, look at this ASDR. It's still cruising down, guys, from the AI. Should be in this one. This is a pretty nice one also when you look at the 15-minute chart. Even if when you look at the 5-minute chart, just one little jog up here, but pretty steadily down. And why you want to see that is that it makes it way easier to stay in a trade, when it looks like this, rather than something that looks like this. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. Very difficult to stay in the trade, for any length, for me anyway, any length of time. All right, guys, so you're getting closer to my break. Movado here. This is an earnings play. I don't know what it's doing. So it had a good reaction to earnings. Movado, M-O-V. Doesn't trade very much. Yeah, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see it being a lot more active a few years ago. Just don't see it that much anymore. But look at the float, 16 million shares for a $43 stock. I'm surprised it's not more whippy. Good. Yeah, that Lucid, I don't know. I just have a tough time. Lucid, Riven, I just can't commit. There are the leaf blowers, Becca. Fast approaching. In fact, give me a moment, please. What time is it? Man, just give me one moment. Don't look now, guys, but look at LGVN. This may not be over. Look at LGVN. Look at what it's trying to do. Curling off that 17. And again, the craziness that it did after hours yesterday, all the way up to 46. That's what traders are looking at. They're wondering, All right, guys. Well, there goes the QLGN. I'm not in it anymore. I'm not in it anymore because I'm going to be taking my break. But you know, pretty decent alert. 208 on a percentage basis. That's awesome. And again, just look left. I mean, again, I think that's what traders are looking at. Boy, this did it again. This LGVN, guys. If you were in the room, George, you do remember I was saying yesterday. Well, I ended up taking, I wish I could say I took it at 18 and rode it all the way up to 45. But yeah, I was saying in the room yesterday, watch for an 18 break. This could really get running again if it takes out 18. And boy, did it ever. Again, I traded it a couple of times. I did not hold on from 18 to up to 45. I wish I had, of course, but still did very well. Because you just never know. I mean, you can get the rug pulled just like that too. So, but yeah, this was awesome yesterday. Yeah, so Marty, actually, you're in luck because Michael will be in the YouTube room. In fact, he might be there already. Okay, he is there right now. So he'll be able to answer you because he's the one who puts it together. Okay, Marty? So I'm going to stop my stream right now, Michael. And Marty asked, I was wondering what I get for the $17 per month fee. Okay? So I'm going to stop now, Michael.
All right, everyone, let's start here by just testing the sound while I hide all the cool stuff. All right, that seems to be working fine. And then if I do that, you guys should see my desktop. Awesome, that worked as well. Cool. Okay, so again, if anybody is new here, what we do is we turn the room from Barry to us for an hour at noon, Eastern, of course, and just open it up to questions. So I'll be here for the next hour to answer any and all questions you guys might have about trading or trade ideas or anything like that. For those who don't know me, my name is Michael. I basically just do all of the nerd stuff around here, so algorithm development and that type of a thing. Was using trade ideas for 15 years or so before I started actually, doing it with the consultant type of arrangement, so well versed in it. I wasn't listening to Barry just before I went live just because I was setting some things up, but I do see a question in there already about the $17 a month product, and as kind of the creator of it, I think I'm pretty good to chat about that. So let me bring that up. Apologize if it's already answered. I'll go relatively quickly, and then we'll chat about other questions. Just bring up the email here. So this is what gets delivered to your inbox every Sunday night. If you're a Trade Ideas Pro subscriber, the app gets updated before this, just because the way I do it, right? I have the system crunch all the numbers, and then I, do all the charts and whatever, and then I set it up to be delivered for the TI strength members only. And then from there, I go and update the system. So again, the system usually gets updated sometime on a Saturday afternoon, and then you guys get this on a Sunday evening. So essentially what this system is, and you can go, let me just find the website here. Trade Ideas Strength. It's a algorithm that I created. Here we go. That basically just looks at a series of indicators and chart patterns and things like that, and looks at what is the strongest stocks based off this kind of proprietary algo in the market right now. And you can see kind of the performance versus the SPY. So this has been back tested for many years. I think I went back to 2017, and then we've been forward testing. I forward tested it before it went live for about 6 months to make sure that performance held, and then we went live after that. And ever since that, it's been, chopped sideways for a bit, but we just made new equity highs recently, which is exciting. So again, this isn't I'm going to pick a low float stock that's going to hopefully go up 1,000%, right? Just FYI, it's not what we're trying to do here with this. And that's just because, there's not really much of a benefit to that as opposed to something like this. Because, those things, when they move quick. So you got to be on them. You got to be there and focused and have everything up. And this is something that we give you guys in advance that says, here are the top 5 names in the market, and here's areas where I would be interested in getting involved in them, and also suggested stop areas. So the difference with this back test is basically, when I built the back test, just for the simplicity of the back test, I just had it entering on Monday, those 5 positions, and then rotating into whatever the new 5 positions were each Monday. However, you want to take that and then you want to combine that with some kind of trigger stuff. So basically, this is kind of what the email from this week looks like. So it has suggested, hey, I would look to, get involved in MTZ if it gets over 102, and then NVIH was 41.25. So you get entries and stop losses for these symbols. GME was a monster. Is GME still being a monster? No, it gave some of that back. I took GME yesterday morning, and when we kind of struggled at 250, I sold out a chunk. I still have some. Just looking over at my other screen here. Yeah, I still got some in there, but was certainly happy to take some of that out. So that's the long and short of what it is, right? Is you get this an email with 5 symbols based off this algorithm that we created, sent right to your door. And yeah, that happens on Monday or Sunday of each week. I took some more CL. Yeah, so that's the kind of next thing. So if you guys are TI Strength members, if you guys are Trade Ideas Pro members, you get that. So that comes. Let's just go through and load up this channel. You get this channel right here. That's just called Strength Alerts. And you click on that, and it has the email built in, first of all. So every time you launch that channel, you get the same email that the $17 a month subscribers get, right? We don't want anyone who's paying more to get less, right? So you get the exact same email, delivered early, but it really doesn't matter, right? Because the market's closed. So as long as you get it by Monday morning, we try to send it out Sunday night to hopefully give people a bit of time to, mull over it and make sure it's something that they're interested in. Set up your price alerts or your stop limits or however you want to trade them. You also just get a couple of these scans as well, which is just looking at past symbols and saying, okay, with past symbols, how's it going? What's going on? But built within the system, we actually have this window now. If you don't have access to this, it probably just means you're on an older beta. So just go file and, oh no, I'm going to be on a weird beta. But if you go new, you should see Market Explorer TIQ. If you don't see that, then just go and onto the website and download the newest beta. And this is the same scan that I get those from, but this is updated every few seconds now. So, we were able to, that took a lot of server tech. So a big props to the tech team to make that happen. Because before, just inside baseball, right? I would set this thing to run on Friday night, and then I, would go and grab a beer and grab supper and that kind of thing. And maybe it was done by then, but now we've got it. So it's updating every few seconds, which is just phenomenal. So, you can see them in through here. And then again, just like any algorithm, there's no free money in the market. So take that algorithm, apply your own trading eye to it. Risk management, of course, nothing is going to be 100% accurate. Things like that. But then I've been doing just more and more of my trading directly from these, because everything that you see here will be a strong name, right? And we know, right, the one thing we know for sure in trading is that picking bottoms and picking tops is hard and not nearly as profitable. Going after things that are relatively strong to the market is just going to make your life so much easier, right? So, think about this HC, for example. Imagine, at any time trying to short this thing as opposed to just kind of getting on for the ride. Right. So that's kind of the premise. The reason I chose relative strength as a system is because it's kind of the most studied in the market. There's been all these studies of, if you short things that are hitting 52-week lows and you buy things that are hitting 52-week highs, you're already doing better than most traders out there. Just that simple, right? Buy things that are going up and sell things that are going down. It seems incredibly basic, but then at the same time, you need to wrap a lot of rules around this to make sure that you're not, buying things that have just spiked, right? So, there's one thing like this, which is definitely just a strong name, which is just kind of slowly grinding higher. I don't even know what this is, a book publisher. Okay. They make pre-K to 12 books. And, just nice, slow grind up, as opposed to something that's hitting new 52-week highs with a spike or something like this. So it's not just as simple as, hey, buy stuff that's going up, but when you find stuff that's stronger than the market, and that's why we've done a ranking system where all of these names are being ranked against all of these other names kind of over and over and over time. So yeah, that's the premise behind that. Again, I'm doing more and more of my trading from it, and it's boring, but if anyone follows me at all, you know that I love boring, right? I trade just dramatically different from Barry, who's, goes after excitement. And, it works well for him, but it just doesn't work well for me. So I go after boring just because it's more how my brain works, right? Michael, have you done much systematic tracking of the strength picks the week after the spotlight? Yeah, so what I did just to make sure that it wasn't kind of a flash in the pan with them is I've done it, what if you did a monthly rotation instead of a weekly rotation? And it works out to be about the same, if a little bit better. Where it's... because you're rotating less, sometimes it's like anything, right? If you're in it for a longer period of time, what's going to happen is you're going to get more stop outs, but the ones that work, you're giving more time to run. But that's why I always say, again, it's not meant just to, like, the algorithm was built with an exit time and an exit price because you have to, especially when you're going back 5 years worth of data and crunching massive amounts of data, you have to have some sort of exit point. But I'm not just going to exit a strong position simply because a time has gone by, right? If I'm in whatever this HMHC, this book publisher, right? If I'm in this thing anytime through here, I'm just not going to exit it for no reason, right? I'm going to wait for, a close below a support zone or a moving average or something, because trading is one of those things where less is more. If you're in the good trades, leave, go to the beach, do something, right? And just so that's how I look at trading anyway, is that I treat all of my trades like, I'm a guy running a used car dealership or something, right? It's as long as you're producing, as long as you're making me money day after day, then I'm interested. And then as soon as you stop, and I'm no longer interested. And that's kind of all there is to it. So, plus the thing I like about it is because these names are strong, you're very rarely going to get something that's been, that's gone from 15 to 25 in a nice slow calm grind and have that like crash down to $10 and go bankrupt, right? It's if it's strong like that for a reason. So that's why, and again, as a technical analyst instead of a fundamental guy, there's no fundamentals inside that. It's just kind of, away it goes from there. What scans do I use for day trading? I use a lot of the pre-built stuff. Now I am mostly a swing trader. I have some proprietary stuff for day trading that I won't talk about, but I use the AI. I specifically use Neo of the AI. I like that's the one that does the pullback long and pullback short and breakout long and breakout shorts. I like those just because the concept there is it's focusing on high relative volume names. And when it comes to day trading, you need volume, right? When it comes to swing trading, you can buy stuff and hold it for days or weeks or months or whatever and have it slowly grind up perfectly fine. For day trading, you need excitement, right? Because you need liquidity and then you need movement. So I use Neo a lot. I also like the kind of alpha predator stuff, but the difference between me and most traders is I'm more of just a pullback guy. So, this QLGN, right? I'm not going to look to buy it as it's going up here. If it makes a nice clean pullback on the 15-minute chart and then I see it find some support, I'll do that kind of stuff, right? So I'm a boring trader, which is how I like it. Never get too stressed, never get too pissed off, that kind of thing. All my scans mints ISPC at 11:21 today. So I don't know so there's something in here that your scans are excluding. So what I would do, this is a really cool tool that Trade Ideas has. Let's find that stocks. Like this, Trade Ideas. Perfect. So we have this tool right here. First, I'll put the link in chat there. And then I'll bring this guy over. So we have, what is this? ISPC. So you put your symbol in here, right? You put your date in here and you said 11:21. So let's just go 11 and then 20. And then you hit submit. And this will show you all of the things, all of our filter values, right? So, the price between that was here, right? The average number of prints was here. The average volume was here, all that kind of stuff. And then what you do is you compare the filters that you have in your scan that you've built around your trading plan, and you see which of these filter values would have excluded it. So, if your scan has just randomly distance from pivot and it's not between 16 and 25, then it wouldn't show up. So that's a really good way. I would go do just this, and then I would go into your scans and I would see what excluded it, right? Because if it didn't make your scans, it means, your trading plan based scans, just there was something in there that filtered it out. So this is the way you can find what our filter values were at that time, and then just go through the filters in your scan one by one, find the culprit, and then you got to decide whether or not you take it out or not, right? Because I always encourage never change a scan based off one thing, right? it's always a game, right? Because the looser you make your scans, the more junk you're going to get, right? The more just, annoying or bad trades you're going to get in there. The tighter you make your scan, you're going to miss stuff, right? And that's just that's the game. So you got to figure out which of those is more important to you in that game, and then go from there. For me, I'm one that I would I know some people get, kind of triggered by it, but I would just much rather miss a bunch of scans or a bunch of trades as opposed to just having to sort through junk all the time. IESPC. Look at it on the 1 minute. Okay, I'm looking at it on the 1 minute. It's a lot of stuff going on. So again, it doesn't matter the chart, right? It doesn't matter what the chart says. It matters what that scan is, right? Because again, it's not like we forgot about that symbol, right? It's something in your scans filtering it out. So you just got to find that one. Chris showed off this feature the other day and it melted my brain. It's a great one it was actually built for that specific question, right? Of why did this miss my scan? And we're like, well, I don't know. I don't know what your scan's looking for, or at 11:21, what would be the right alerts? It could be any number of things. I would need to know your whole trading plan, right? It's making a new low around that time. Are you looking for stocks that make new lows? Do you want them to gap up for? So what do you want the market to be doing? What do you want the moving averages to be looking like? How do you want the RSI? What do you want relative volume to be, right? It's like, you can't just go, I see a chart I like, therefore I'm going to make a scan, right? You have to build a whole setup, and that has to include things like, again, all of those things that I mentioned, right? And then build a scan based off of that. 12:21 on your chart. Yeah, get out of here. Get that box out of here. Go away. Yeah, I don't see anything there. 12:21 up here. 2, 1. Yeah, that just looks like nothing to me. Stock was down, then moved up a bunch, moved up a bit, right? Was down and then moved up 30 cents. I don't see anything significant, in this chart. Right, so make sure what you're not doing, and again, this is something that's very common, is you're not saying, man, that thing spiked 30 cents. I want to find it before it spikes. How do I do that? Right, that's, if only, right, it was that easy, if only that was possible, that would be great. And but that's not how trading works, right? You have to say, this is my setup for a breakout from the pattern. So I don't see a pattern at 21. And I just see, right, at 12:21 right here, it just went up for a bunch. So again, make sure your whole trading plan, right? If you want a stock that's up a bunch in a short period of time, use the running up filter. If you wanted the stock as it was breaking out, try the break resistance filter. But again, there's nothing, to my eye anyway, there's nothing significant going on right here. It's just a one, went up for 3 minutes and then it went down for 5 minutes. It's just kind of chop, right? So yeah, I don't see anything significant there. Again, if I'm missing something, you feel free to describe it, but there's not an alert for just, find the stock that went up a bit. You can use the running up filter if you want that, and that may help. I don't know if that would have picked it up because it's a 50-cent move, so it's nothing spectacular by any means. Do we have accumulation distribution? Let's look. So we'll just right click and we'll hit configure on anything, and then we'll start typing it. Nope. Right, that's the easiest way to check. If it's in the search filter, then we got it. And if it ain't, then we don't got it yet. that's also one of those things you need to be very specific on, right? Like, what's the definition that you're using for that, right? Because accumulation of what, and on what time frame, and for how long? Well, again, I just don't, something similar. I don't know what you're referencing, right? There's an accumulation distribution indicator that's been heavily debunked, but yeah, it's like, what are they accumulating? Right? Is it the amount of up candles? Is it amount of, how do you know when someone's accumulating something of a stock on a daily? And what's the precursor for that? Like, how do you know that that's accumulation and not short covering or something like that? I just don't. Again, there's what they call an AD line, and that might be what you're after, but that's not about a stock. That's about a individual. We have volume, so the volume is right here. But again, you don't know whether that volume is right. For every trade, for every tick of volume, there's both a buyer and a seller, of course, right? I'm sure you know all this as traders, right, before you started trading. But so I don't want to go over the basics too much. But so every trade, there's both a buyer and a seller. So my question would be, how do you know whether it's accumulation or distribution based off that, right? You see volume spikes over a few days. Well, yeah, just look for volume then. We got volume right here. So just FYI, so you're saying Zoom, for example, had a volume spike here and a volume spike here and then a volume spike here. That's not, I wouldn't say any of that was accumulation, right? Because again, for every trade, there is a buyer and a seller. And if there wasn't, there is no trade. So you need both a buyer and a seller to make a trade. So volume certainly does not equate to accumulation, nor does it equate to distribution. It's just trades that happen, right? So for volume spikes, then yeah, I would just look, we have tons of volume spike stuff, right? Just right click, configure, volume. So you can do volume on all kinds of different time frames, right? So relative volume is probably my favorite because it adjusts based on time. You could do volume percent today, that you can do that stuff. You can do post-market volume. You can do options volumes, all kinds of volume. But again, I would just say volume does not indicate direction. It just, again, there's a buyer and seller in each one. So volume just indicates that there's more traders today than normal. Which again, those traders could be buying or they could be selling or it could be both, or you could have a stock that has high volume and just goes nowhere, or something like Zoom today that has huge volume and is just absolutely tanking. Peloton, I'm sure if we go to Peloton, we're going to see a whole bunch of volume spikes, and they're all right. We got some volume spikes here, and we got some volume spikes here, and we got a volume spike here and here and here. So, right. I would just be very careful in using volume as any sort of directional indicator. Now, where volume's super useful is a liquidity indicator, right? If you got no volume, then nobody cares about the stock, is the kind of the way I look at volume. If your stock's trading 50,000 shares a day, well, nobody cares. So, even if you're right on, hey, I think this stock's going to go up, by the time you get filled in and out, that's going to be a nightmare. And just the general annoyingness of what low volumes do, this kind of thing, right? What about 5-day average volume compared to the previous 5-day volume? Not for scanning, but for, you can do that on the day. That's what relative volume is, right? So anything that has relative volume greater than 1 is doing more shares today than it normally does, right? And that's why I love relative volume, is because it's time adjusted, right? So, so for example, what are we looking at? Peloton has a relative volume of 1.1. So basically it's saying it's 12:30 Eastern. So it's saying as of 12:30 Eastern, Peloton is about on pace to do what it normally does in volume. So anything that's, 3, 4, 5, right, higher, right, these are many times more liquid and having many times more volume than normal. And what that means to me as a trader is just that, people care. And that's why I like scanning for that. And I don't really care about news, because if you're getting a massive, like if you look at ZM here, and we're at a relative volume of 12. So Zoom today is doing 12 times what its normal volume is. Again, I wouldn't ever look at volume as a directional indicator, but that's a huge indication of, okay, something happened. And then I look at the price and I see we're down 18%. And I go, okay, something happened bad. And that's like, that's my news source. Why would I really care too much about the details of that? I know Zoom did something that's got people not happy, and I can just derive all that right from the price action. So yeah. So if you're looking for volume, we got lots of it, lots of different volume type spikes. Now, if you want, you want to go back and look and see where there are as well. Again, you can just, that's what the chart's good at, is just going through and saying, okay, yeah. Well, Zoom's had a lot of, and that's why by default, they actually put this blue line in. So this blue line is the average volume over the last, I think it's 20 periods. So anytime it's above that blue volume, it's doing more than normal. And you can change this on the charts. We can't scan with it, but if you go into your indicator, you see average volume, right? Okay, so this is 30 periods, but I could do it on a 10 period, like your suggestion there, Robert, and just hit save. And then anytime we're above this blue line, I know we're doing more than the average 10-day volume period, right? So what does days to cover? So days to cover is a pretty interesting equation, and I like it. So let me see if I can draw this out without making this super ugly. But okay, so let's say, for example, a stock has, let's make the math real easy for me. My power was out last night, so I'm a bit tired. But let's say, actually, let's just 1 million. Right. So let's say on Zoom, there is 1 million shares outstanding short. Right. So, you take the short, you take the float, and then you say, okay, of that float, there's 1 million shares outstanding that are short. Right. And then you look at the average volume. So we'll just put an S for short, and then we'll just put AV for average volume, like that. And let's say, just to make life easy, that we had 500K is average shares traded for Zoom, right? So there's 1 million shares short, borrowed out there, and the average volume of the stock is 500,000 shares a day. So that means if you just divide those two numbers, that the days to cover is 2. So what the days to cover means is that if every trade that occurred on Zoom for the next 2 days were people buying to cover their short shares, it would take 2 days of constant trading to get out of the short position, right? So it's a way to represent short float, but then also represent it so for Zoom, it's 2.86. So it's a way to kind of combine the short float. Again, those are fictional numbers, right, to make the math easy. But we know, because you can just do a simple percentage, right? So the float's 250 million, the short float's 4%. That math is really simple to show you how many shares are in the float, right? So then what it does, it takes that number and it just divides it by the average daily volume. And it says, okay, if all the shorts on Zoom had to run for the door right now, it would take them 3 days to get out. So it's basically like using short float percentage, but then it adds that volume component to it, right? Where, and then of course you have to add price to that, because right now, if you're short Zoom, you're loving life, right? there's no reason for you to cover the short position because Zoom's just absolutely tanking. You can go through and do that. So I like it just because it's a short float in and of itself is kind of somewhat lacking, right? Because what if all of the short float could get absorbed in a single day of trading or a half a day of trading or less? Well, with that, you got problems, right? You need to go, okay, that's not a significant short float. If there's 10% of the stock is short, but it's trading so much that all of those 10% could just cover it, and away we go, right? It's a question of, can you export Market Explorer? Yep. Control A to highlight everything, Control C to copy, and then put it wherever you want it, and Control V to paste. Just cut, copy, and paste. Can I explain the Market Explorer? For sure. Now, first of all, let me actually trade ideas. Let's find the ideas Market Explorer help. Let me see if I can just find the help document too for you to look through. Yeah, there we go. So here's a nice written definition of this, right? We can put that, and I'll paste that in there. Right, so basically the Market Explorer is this tool that we have in the back end that allows us to do a lot more when it comes to kind of number crunching and looking back in periods and large mathematics and that type of thing. That's the main kind of power and benefit of it, is that, right, we can go back and it's how the TI Strength Alerts was built. It was how some of these big longer term algorithms we made were built, because again, it's got a lot of power. But the problem with something with a lot of power is if we just give it to the hands of everybody, we would have to charge just an infinite increase in price of the product, right? Because it's very, very server intensive. In fact, I myself has crashed our servers a handful of times playing with it. Thankfully, they set me up with my own one, so I didn't crash anything you guys were using, but it's intensive, right? Because it's the more calculations you do, obviously, the more intensive it is. So what we're doing with it is we are building scans that the majority of the population that we're talking about ends up after, right? So things that, again, not one person or whatever, but if a whole bunch of people say, hey, this is something that I'm interested in, then we can go and build that right into the system for you. And then it's a pre-built scan. So the thing you're seeing here is the TI Strength Alerts. But for example, the 820 cross on gappers is something that Barry said that you guys did a lot in the trading room and make a bunch of money off of. So what this is looking for is stocks that it's not finding any today, it doesn't look like, but stocks that are doing high relative volume, and they have the 8 exponential moving average crossing the 20 simple moving average on the 2-minute chart. And again, it was just a setup that Barry said that, everyone in the room makes a bunch of money on. So we built that one in. And then what we're going to do is in the back end is we're going to test to see if people are actually using it and do this kind of rotation of, who, who's using what, right? So then with the other ones that we have in there, we have an RSI divergence, which again, in the link that I just posted in there, there's kind of a written definition of this, but RSI divergence is just stocks making new lows with the RSI not making new lows, sometimes used as kind of a trend direction potential change, right? Like MindMed here is making new lows, but the RSI isn't, that type of thing, right? And then other than that, a lot of them are pretty self-explanatory, right? Bull flag is looking for bull flags. right? Bear flags, looking for bear flags, so this is the bear flag one, right? You can see it's chopping down here for a while, right? We can go into the bull flag and see, well, CSPR, that's a buyout, so you don't want to look at that, but right, this stock's up and now it's chopping sideways for a few days. So a lot of them are self-explanatory. The newest addition, this is something that Andy requested, is what they call a 3-line strike, which is an interesting candlestick pattern where it's just looking for, let me see if I can find a nice, clean, clear one. Was it 6 flags that looked good? Yeah, so 6 flags, and then look right here. So again, these are all, you can Wikipedia this this candlestick setup, and there's more information in the setup, but basically the 3-line strike is just an engulfing candle on steroids is the way I like to look at it, where instead of engulfing 1 days of action, it engulfs at least 3, right? This one almost engulfed 4. And again, the theory being that, whatever's making that massive move, maybe there's some buyers behind that. Again, nothing huge there. When you measure positive divergence, would you use William R's over the RSI? No, it's all the same. Williams percent R is fine, RSI is fine, MACD, right? It's just one of those. It's not a setup in and of itself. It's not something to be traded on its own. But what it's meant to do is to say, hey, what was it, MindMed, MNMD. It's just basically saying that this move down right here, because this move down right here, the RSI got more oversold, and it's just a momentum indicator, right? So nothing magic, but it's just saying that this move right here took way less energy than this move right here. So is it possible that the sellers are running out of steam? And then what you want to do is, again, take that and set alerts. And, so maybe for MindMed, I was in some of this at 250, it spiked to 3, it came back, and when it went under 250, I got out the rest of it. But I kind of like it. So what I might say, okay, well, it's got an RSI divergence going on. So let me see if it gets back to 250, which is, looks like a strong level of support and resistance. And if it gets over there, I'll buy it. And that's the way it works, right? I'm having an issue with my alerts not alerting. For that, because you can't share links here, I would go into our support chat. Everything's working on our end. So what I would do is first look if your title bar here is green, right? If this area right here is green, then that means you're connected and then all the data is coming in fine, which means that whatever your alert window is just doesn't have any alerts right now, which is certainly more than possible. If that is yellow or red, it just means you're not getting data right now. So just go account and reset connection, and that will do that. You can also just double click on the orb and that will reset connection as well. But if you're green, data's coming in, it just means there's nothing happening in your alert window right now, which, just FYI, for people who are new traders, this is an awful week to trade. Like, just historically a horrible week to trade. Now, you guys that scalp like really high volume stuff, I think you'll do fine. But swing traders and people who trade kind of slower like me, it's just a bad week. It's, most people are out on vacation. There's less volume in the market. It's easier to push things around. So, it's one of those, I have a policy of not trading very much during this week. And again, just simply because, it's just bad. It's just, things are choppy. So no need to like really kind of swing for the fences on this particular week. So myself, what I'm doing instead of trading a whole lot is I'm taking this week and I'm just working on my trading plan, right? Like I always say, if you've got a trading plan, great. If you're not, then you're a gambler. Market's going to take your money. You're going to lose it all, right? So for me, it's a good time to tweak my trading plan, right? Make sure that everything's kind of ticking along the way it should, review my past trades, see what I could have done better, what I could have done worse, right? Where's my money being made? Where's it being taken? That kind of thing. Oh, you're talking price alerts. Okay, so first thing is zoom this bar out and check this guy right here. This is usually the culprit, where if you click that, it will toggle off the sound. But again, didn't even know how you do that. And the other thing is make sure that you have your price alerts window launched, which I don't. Let's go new. Again, this is always just a demo account for you guys, right? But let's go price alerts window, right? And then under this one, make sure actions is highlighted, and then play sound, and then you set up your sound however you want, right? For that, you may need to email support then, right? Because it's working. Let me actually just do one so I can hear it my own ears right here. And obviously you've gone to your mixer, right? The volume mixer within Windows, and make sure that Trade Ideas has permission to go through the right speaker and all that kind of stuff. This might just be one of those that I just unfortunately can't really diagnose too much here. But it's just got to be a setup thing, right? That was the problem, that tool. Yeah, cool. Glad we got it. Yeah, that one's a good way to, like, the thing I like about this is I don't use sound alerts that much, but I know Barry does, and just the wows and everything that's yelling in his ear all day. It's just nice, you go to lunch or something, you just click that and it turns off. But so just make sure that guy's on. Oh, no problem. That's why we're here. Speaking of which, we'll be here for another 15 minutes. So come on in with your questions and we'll go from there. When stock spikes on high volume, then pulls back, you like to see it pull back to maintain interest. Some say VWAP. VWAP may make sense. But again, right, I'm a setup-based trader, and I always recommend everyone is a setup-based trader. I have never met a highly successful trader that just looks at each individual chart and tries to analyze that chart and then take a trade, right? It's all about process, right? So for me, it's when this happens and this happens and this happens, look at the chart. When these next three things happen, take a trade with a stop loss here and a profit target there, and then kind of move on, right? So, and again, as someone who's a CMT, spent a lot of time and money and energy learning that art of individual analysis, I still think you're way better off going for just a systematic type approach. Not to mean, automate it. You want to apply your own discretion to that as well. But so for me, I don't know. So then my answer to that would be depends on what you test, right? Does it work that way? I don't know. Test it, right? Go through and say, okay, because you got to define so many things like that. So when a stock spikes on high volume, how do you define spike? What is high volume, right? And then pulls back. How do you define a pullback? On what time frame, right? With what charting type of thing, right? With is a pullback 2%? Is it $2? Is it right a Fibonacci kind of ratio of the highs to lows, or is it Fibonacci ratios from the open to close, right? So it's because everything in trading is so subjective is why I really encourage people to try to take as much subjectivity out of the market as possible, right? And that's what we try to do with things like the strength alerts, and we try to do with things like Holly and stuff like this, is not to make kind of fully automated type systems, but it's to say, hey, there's on let's bring up just an example on DY today, right? Say, okay, yeah, on DY today, there is a high probability that this move up here will lead to a continuation based off the statistics. So then, right, that should initiate your trading plan to say, okay, does it make sense to me? Is that something that I have my trading plan to agree with? If so, when will I enter? When will I exit? Where will I put my stop? Right? And all of these these type of things, right? It's my old trading mentor always used to say, nobody gets smarter when the bullets are flying, right? And what he meant by that was just, you have a plan before things go awry, and then you can just stick to that plan when things go crazy, because at some point in everyone's trading career, you'll be in something that's just going absolutely wild. Now, speaking of that QLGN, I said I wouldn't take it unless it chilled out for a bit. It looks like it's chilling out for a bit here, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. Nice base. And that's kind of my thing, is I'm just find me a trend, find me a low way into the trend, and then go from there. I personally don't use Fibonacci levels. Again, it's just one of those things that's very subjective. Where do you draw it from, that type of thing. The only thing I'm interested with Fibonacci's for is more projections, and it's a way to do the mathematics of, something's hitting new highs, how high do I think it's going to go, that kind of thing. My theory on Fibonacci's is that they line up very or closely to round numbers, right? You've got the 618. You could almost say that's 2/3, right? You got 50%, which is half, right? You've got one that almost represents 1/3. So I think it's one of those things that, people are looking for a pullback and they see it happen at the 0.618 fib. And you could almost just say, okay, it's pulled back 30% of that move. And that's where I'm going to buy it, kind of thing, right? So, but again, you'll never hear me talk down to anyone's trading strategy as long as they've tested it and they've got a written plan and that plan makes sense to them, and it has proper risk management. The only time you'll hear me, talk smack about someone's trading plan if it's, people buying things that are tanking, right? And they're risking 50 cents to make 10 cents, or, they think they're going to out scalp Goldman Sachs, which is something that we see from time to time of people who want a high frequency trade. And it's like, well, you're not going to beat Goldman Sachs, who just drops hundreds of millions of dollars getting their computers, centimeters closer to the exchange, right? But other than that, it's fine. The thing I like about Fibonacci and people who trade Fibonacci is you kind of have to have a trend established in order to have a Fibonacci pullback, right? Because you're looking for pullbacks into a strong trend. And again, that's one of the easiest ways, right? If you'd ask me, what's the easiest way to trade? I would say it's you find a trend, you find a low risk way into that trend that makes the most sense for you, and that's it, right? Just, take it and go. Because so much of the studying's been done and the mathematics have been done on the fact that the market's not normally distributed, which is just nerd speak for saying things trend longer than they should for trading to be random, right? If trading was random and markets were random and that type of thing, you would expect it to be normally distributed. And when it's not normally distributed, then away you go. So that's my, and there's technicians that I highly respect that I think are probably better technicians and traders than me, like JC at All Stars and that kind of stuff. That I personally think that they use it all the time, and I'm not going to say that he's wrong, right? So again, it's one of those things. If it's part of your process and it's working, awesome, right? If it's not part of your process and it ain't working, then it ain't awesome. So yeah, JC's he's a real pro, right? And I like him because he's not one of those that talks about anything coming easy, right? He doesn't talk about, right, just plug your money into this thing and you'll make millions, right? He's gotten everything he's gotten, and he's as good as it is because he grinds, right? He's got a plan, he's got a process, he goes through it. I think he goes through like 1,000 charts a day. It's huge. If you're in the process of building your own trading strategy, I would never suggest ever, if you're in the process of building your plan, I wouldn't look at anyone else's. I would focus on building your plan. Now good time to plug. We do have this free trading course that you can check out right there. Perfect, 100% free, long course. Basically has 39 lessons. The lessons at the end are about how you build your own trading plan. There's some good names that I respect out there, like Brian Lunn and Brian Shannon, and all start at alphatrends.net. Those are good guys. But it's one of those things that a trading plan really has to be a very, very personal thing, because my trading plan. I always like the diet analogy here, right? Where my trading plan isn't going to work for you, right? And David's plan may not work for either of us. Like, I know Barry's a good trader and he does well at trading, but I couldn't trade the way he trades. It just doesn't, everything that I see him buy, to me, it feels like chasing, but then, he's right more often than not, right? Which is all you need to do to be a trader. But I wouldn't trade his plan because it just doesn't fit with my way of thinking about the markets. So it is one of those. So the diet analogy I always use is I could give you the perfect diet, right? And say, listen, you just got to sit there and eat chicken, broccoli, and brown rice, 7 meals a day, and you'll be great. If it's not something that you've done, you're probably not going to follow it. It's not going to work for you. And at some point when you experience a drawdown, which, any trader who says that their trading plan works all the time, every day is not being truthful, right? So those drawdown times, those periods of not working, you'll end up jumping from another strategy, which is something I see super common with new traders, right? They have a strategy, maybe it works for a week or two, and then they do a week or 2 week long drawdown, and then they go, okay, that's enough, that strategy sucks, and they jump on to the next one, and then the next one, and they never master that. And the way you get around that, in my opinion, is by creating your own, and that's why I always kind of stress, right? The people without trading plans, the market will separate people from their money who aren't willing to put in the work, right? It's just, in my opinion, it's just a foregone conclusion. So I always say, right, build it yourself, right? Understand, when can you be at the computer? When is your brain most active, right? How does your brain work? I'm more of a slower kind of analytical thinker, so that's why I focus on swing trading. And my day trading actually happens, I've mentioned a few times being on here, my day trading happens in the afternoon, which most people think is just that's blasphemy, right? You do all your day trading in the morning and then you move on. So I only start my day trading generally around noon time, Eastern, because it's what works for me. When I start trying to do things in the morning, I make more mistakes, and those super fast moving markets I'm just not a fan of. I get more emotional and caught up in emotions, so I want to trade when things are slower and more chill. And I understand that I'm not going to make, on QLGN, for example, QLGN, right? While I was chatting there, I just took a scalp on that one. Try that again, QLGN, not O. Right, so what I did, because this is just how I work, is these 15-minute pullback. So we had this 15-minute candle lower than this one, and then this one lower than that one. And it's a nice, strong, bullish trend. And I can see there's tons of volume going through. So I put a stop limit to buy over 64, right? My stop was, I think, at 54. And now that it got up to 74, I just took half the position off. right? And then I'll just hold the rest and either get out at a net even on the trade, or hopefully this thing takes another run and it'll be a great trade. But all of this stuff I couldn't be a part of because it's just all too fast. Now it's one of those things. Plus, as someone who trades, larger type accounts and prop accounts and that type of thing, I just try to make sure that, at least for me, I can trade larger without taking on a additional risk, right? I want to make sure that I'm trading fairly large, but then again, I'm not, I'm not taking on a bunch of extra risk. So it really is a personal pursuit, right? And, it's one of those that people almost don't want to see it as a personal pursuit, but, they want someone else's guidance, and I get it, right? I'm sympathetic to that. I've been there. I've been lost and looking for that. But as soon as I stopped kind of looking outward for it and just said, okay, what am I like as a person? And then what is that like as a trader, right? Because I kept trying to, follow the people out there that were doing well, like Barry, and then just found that his trading style was way too fast for me and things like this. And then I just go, okay, well, now that I understand that, now let me just go through and kind of do my own thing, right? And as soon as I gave up on that, trying to do what others were doing and just started to do what I was doing, that's kind of when my trading got really good. And then it changes over time, right? When I was trading at a prop firm, when I was 20, we were scalping the markets really, really hard. I was doing 250 to 300 manual trades a day. It was nuts. I was able to do that stuff then, but I don't know, maybe I'm just becoming an old man now that everything's slowing down for me. And then again, you when you do your own trading plan, you just understand a lot more about it. It makes a lot more sense as a trading system, because you understand where the strengths of it will be, where the weaknesses of it will be, where it will do well, where it will do poorly. All of those things you understand because you built it. It's like building a car, right? You're going to understand where everything's strong and where everything's weak and where everything's going to give you problems and all that kind of stuff. Do I have a good scanner for pullbacks? What I would do is go to the one I like to use is, where is it called? Experts Only is the channel. And it's got two top lists here that I like. Biggest pullbacks on winners, right? And then biggest bounces on losers. And these are a really good one. So what it does, it just looks for stocks that are up or down a bunch on the day, and then looks for ones that have changed, right? So G-Tech is bouncing, right? It's a big bounce on this loser. And what OGI is up a bunch on the day, but it's having a bit of a pullback here. That's a good one to look at. And then again, right, take it, modify it based off your trading plan. Again, I don't take ideas from anyone. If I see something that matches my trading plan, then that's fine. Like if you're just looking for good follows, like JC from All Star Charts is a great one. Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends, Trader Stewie. I don't know I forget his, it's like Zen Trading or something like that. Those are all good ones. But, for me, it's, again, you got to do it yourself. You can't just follow other people or even, blindly follow algorithms or programs, right? It's, as someone who's done a lot of like mentoring of traders and talking to traders and all this stuff, there is a very distinct line between the people who are winners and the people who aren't. And it's, how much work did they do to build their trading plan, and then how disciplined are they to stick with that trading plan they spent a lot of time building. And I always just say, right, you wouldn't open up a restaurant or an office or anything without a plan, right? So why risk money in the market without a plan, right? It's a business like any other. So just like you would have a business plan, you would have a trading plan. And it's just, there ain't no way around it. Either you do it and life will get better, or you follow someone else's and eventually it'll come back to get you. So I'm just pinging Barry here to make sure he is good to go before we do the handoff. Again, as always, right, we do these every noontime with a different person. So come on by, and any questions pop up along the way about trade ideas, go right ahead. It's a lot of knowledgeable trade ideas type people. So he's in now, so it should switch back over. And again, if it doesn't ever switch back over, if something weird happens, just hit refresh and someone will pop back on eventually. Talk to you soon.
All right, so it just opened. APVO just opened. Wow, well, it didn't matter. That did not matter at all. The fact that it got delayed a bit. Now we're, well, not an all-time high, but we're at the high of, man, oh man, look at this. Look at this over here, 1839. That's the next high looking left. 1782 is the next high looking left. And guess what? You know what, because it halted again. So now let's see what might happen. 1761, so no big clue yet. So that long halt did not hurt it at all. In fact, I'm not saying it helped it, but it certainly didn't hurt it. I'm sorry, I know I keep saying it, but keep an eye on the KTTA. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people, including myself, thought that APVO was dead here. Big pop. Phase 1B, big deal. The fade's on, stopped. And then, man. Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that it's down so many days in a row, and then all of a sudden it gets this news, if that's what you're talking about. We've seen this too many times that a phase one, phase two, usually they fizzle. And I certainly was, that was what my bias was. So the rippers from yesterday, excuse me, ISPC, it is still kind of. And you know what? The LGVN, when I last saw it, this was just as I was taking my break. Yeah, it was doing this. Yeah, just as I was taking my break, it was above 20, but not fading now. Yes, and then it fell. And then something happened here on this month here, and then it just continued down. I mean, my goodness. I mean, this was a what? $4 stock? Excuse me, a $3 stock. Well, keep an eye, guys. You know what? You know what I want you to keep an eye on. Sure, you're getting tired of my telling you this, but all right. APVO opened, and this time. Now listen, 1760 was the halt, right? So you might want to stick an alert around there and see if it takes it out. It's pulled back. What would have been better on that first halt if it had not popped up immediately, if it had just pulled back a little bit and then taken out the halt price and then zipped up. That's about the only way I can see, really trading halts when you come out of them. They're not, and it's not for everybody, believe me. So I see Rave is another one that showed up on my option scanner at 160. Not bad. I mean, it got up to 180, pulled right back down. Yeah, QLGN kind of turning into a bit of a chop fest now. There you go, guys. Wow. Just be careful. Man, is that whipping around here, guys? Just got to be careful. KTTA doing its stupid thing again. You know, your ears are failing you, Becca. That's just the good old leaf blower. You guys were talking about AMC earlier, and boy, it's taken a header now too. Some of the meme stocks probably on the way down. Look at AMC, 41 down to 39. Let's take a quick look at GME. See what it is doing, and the answer is whoa. So this was, wow, 250, 221 now. You know my thoughts on it. Go away. Just go away. Well, I think 7 is a critical area for KTTA to hold. Let's see if it holds that 7 and then does its thing again. Yeah, nothing like a little $2 drop for APVO to get the blood going. Well, guys, look at this. I mean, here are our movers. Other than the PTPI, look at our movers today. ISPC, KTTA, CRXT, QLGN, APVO. Look at these movers. And what do they all have in common? They've traded the float many times. If all you did was constant, well, again, not for everybody because they're not. It's not easy. You know what, guys? I don't think APVO is done. The problem with the low floaters is that you get these. Unfortunately, you get these big parabolic moves. Now it's if you're in down here and you see a big parabolic move, you're happy. But it just makes it just harder to keep in trades because they can be very whippy. All right, guys. Well, I still have my KTTA is just it's a tough one. I have to say it is a tough one. I'm just going to got my alert set way up here around 760. See if it takes that out at some point. Here's one that was popping in here. VLON. What are you doing? And how much? Look at this. Another low floater, guys. 3.2 million in the float. I have some highs right here. 549, 559. If it can break through that, though, it's got a shot to the 6th level. And that is for the VLON. Very low float. Initiated as a buy yesterday by Wainwright, and another very aggressive price target, $12. Oh, are you kidding me? DWAC. Another one, let's see it disappear. He's crazy. Whoa. Now, are they? I know that they are something about steel. Well, not paying copyright or something like for their platform, something to that effect. I thought that was coming up very soon. That they had to make a decision. Am I wrong? Violating the open source license. So isn't there something that they? And I thought they had. I'm really paraphrasing in my head what I think I may have read. Could have been like a week ago or a week and a half ago that they had a week or a week and a half, which would put it around now. Or am I wrong? APVO. What are you going to do? Well, oh my goodness. Well, for me, the APVO, the magic level, I know we're giving up some, but you know, you can just sort of see on that 5 minute chart. Except for that, you got a big topping tail there. You have a couple topping tails right there. The next two, right around 1778. Oh my goodness, guys! Who who pointed out DWAC just recently? Thank you. I had no idea it was down there. None, zero. Gotta see who that was. Matt M. I actually think GME was a strength alert this week. Thank you, Matt M., wherever you are. Oof. Yeah, I think GME is a strength alert this week, isn't it? Yeah, it's this week. Probably a tough week so far. I don't know. I don't really look at them. I mean, they're not my style. No kidding, a real 175. Oh my goodness. What do you think, Zach? Is this going to go ballistic? APVO? Well, more so. More so. It's only up 169%, William. Come on. I mean, if you settle for 174%, you're in the wrong room. You who settles for 1.5%. No, I'm talking about William, not you. I'm talking about William, who, come heck or high water, he takes his 1.5% and scurries away. Well, I am watching it like a hawk here, this APVO. This is almost one that well, for me, it's not really a pattern. It's just more of a, call it a feeling. But right there, you can see right there, 1782, 1765. The next high is 1839. If it can somehow really take out that 1782, it did before, got up to 1875, which is even higher than that. We just have to see. There's the VLON that I was talking about just a while back, guys. VLON, VLON. But again, look how choppy it is. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Oh, look at the volume. The volume is increasing too on the APVO. I agree, KJ. I mean, this is again one of those ones to watch after hours or in the last hour of trading to see how it trades, and then certainly after hours. Still in the genie, guys. Just waiting to see if it has one more leg down. Say I was able to take that short finally, around 990. All right, guys. Yeah, it's Tuesday today. I guess we have a marketing meeting today at noon. At 2. SOPA. We were seeing that a few weeks ago. Oh yeah, no kidding. Destroyed is right. I can't remember, but this was the IPO here. Oh, that's right. That was that crazy IPO. The next day, this was the one that like an IPO around $4 or something, opened at around 15, got up to 7 or 77 ish. Oh boy, guys. Oh my goodness, guys. APVO just absolutely tore through 18. In a heartbeat, went from about 16 to 18 in a heartbeat. And there's the high right there, 1875. I mean, does anybody think it's not going to take it? Ah, hallelujah, guys. Oh my goodness. Look at it go now. Man, oh man, oh man. 1930. Wow. This is going to hit 20. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Well, there was the alert, guys, I had, and I did not get it at 1740, believe me, but whew, what a day. I say that every day, but it's true. Every single day. What a day. We're in low float heaven right now. Yeah, I don't know anything about VLON other than the fact that it's a low float. And I guess that's all we really have to know, guys. It doesn't matter what they do, how they do it, if they do it. It's just a low float. It's all traders are looking at right now. Low floats. 2.2%. Excellent. Let me do some quick math. Almost 50% above, 46.66 to be exact, percent above your normal. Good for you. You'd never know it for what we do, Jason. These are, I mean, these are your alpha trades. You know, your alpha stocks of the day. They don't care what the market's doing. There's zero correlation. Dow's not down though. Dow's up a little, but tech, I mean, Nas is getting thumped and the SPY is down. Well, guy, yeah, I mean, I have my alert for KTTA. I have my alert set up in this area. Where is it? Around 770. I want to see if it gets there first. Because again, out of nowhere, you get some volume. I mean, look at this. It has traded the float 34 times now, which sounds awesome, but we had the one, what was the one, was it on, it was last week, I think, traded the float 100 times. It was at 2 something in the float. Somebody will remember. I can't remember what one that was. No, it wasn't SOPA. No, it was last week. I don't know. I don't think it was Sev. Because no, it wasn't Sev. No, it had two. It had 2 million in the float. And it traded 200 million shares or something. So that's why I remember I was saying, boy, will we get 100 million or 100 times the float? Now let's take a look at Surge. Eh, I don't see a big, no, I don't see a big pop for it, so I don't think it was Surge. Well, maybe. No, no, not Surge, no. It has to have traded 200 million shares at least. So that traded 60 million here. A lot, but I mean, the thing is that, with the AR, sorry, APVO, it's all about the volume, guys. As Zach was saying, I mean, look at the volume, steady. I mean, we had the little rip up here. Obviously, I had the huge amount right there. There's your biggest volume bar of the day. A little bit of subsided a bit, but right here we've had 4 hours now. This has 5 minutes to close, so we've had 4 hours. Sorry, we've had 1 hour of very, very strong volume. Lots of interest. And now there's a rug pull, yes. No, not You're Jose. No, it's not SSNT because even though it's 2 million in the float, that day only was about 30 million shares. Wow, dwack. I wish I had the stomach to hold one of these things. What a short from here. Look at this, guys. I mean, 116, $121 or so. 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. There hasn't been a strong week since. Well, I know I've said that, so I don't know if you're referring to myself, but yeah, I always say that. In fact, sometimes I say something like this: you can make more money by taking fewer shares. And people go, huh? And the reason being is that if you have a wider stop, you take fewer shares with a wider stop, you can stay in the trade longer. And if it really starts to work, you would have probably got stopped out if you'd had more shares with a tighter stop. So fewer shares with a wider stop. I can really, really you can take advantage of that sometimes. Another leg down for Genie. I'm gonna watch this one tomorrow. I mean, there's no. This is now an all-time low. Okay, so it's below the SPAC price, or whatever the SPAC got down to. How's that affected Walmart? Yeah, leg down, little movement here. Look at the volume, some good volume coming into Walmart on that news that Zach is posting. How's CVS? Yeah, little, it got down here. It's pulled up a little bit. Walmart has not, I don't think. Now there's the grunt, grunt, grunt for Genie. Another low. Oh man. You guys seeing this action on Dwack? I gotta put a big check mark beside Matt's name right there. Matt M. Thank you. That was a great, when you said, let's see if it takes out 40. I hadn't looked at that. I hadn't looked at that for a long time. Whew. Craig, are you still in the room? Are you still in this? I mean, there'd probably be no reason other than right here to take some off of the Genie short. Right around here, maybe take some off. I don't know if you're still in the room. I mean, these are awesome plays, guys. I cannot wait till earnings season starts again in about 2 months or so. And just build a strategy around a company that releases earnings and are very near the low, their lifetime low, and just short short whatever. Where's Alcoa? What is it? Do we have a date for it? January 19th. Ah, it's too far. 2 months. The world's going to be over by then? Okay. Well, let's make as much money as we can right now then. I'm not in this one right now, guys. I mean, this has been a little too, even for me, a little too crazy. APVO, but man, look at this. Takes out this high, gets up to 20. I just have that feeling that it's just going to run. Just a minute, please. Yeah, guys, I guess that's it. Yeah, they're demolishing our gated complex here, putting up a couple of towers. So we have to find a new place to live. Soba is halted. Yes, on the way up or on the way down. Yeah, that's not true. Why would I'm just kidding you. So SOPA halt on the way down, and this is a volatility halt. All-time low now. Another one, all-time low. Yikes, look, well, at one point it looked like it was 1025. 1025, right now it's 1111. I shouldn't do that. That's really not my style, Becca. Why today? Well, understanding that there's no reason I should have done this. Okay, Don, I think this was an IPO. Let me just refresh my memory. Let's take a look at the IPO calendar. Okay, our little trusty, let's see where SOPA is. I mean, we had a tremendous, yeah, I mean, look at this. So 2.9 million at 9, okay? So I mean, your question really should be, why did it go up to 78? Okay? It's really just floating down to where it should be, if you think about it. That's funny, Becca. I don't. I mean, that was awesome. That was awesome. I mean, SOPA. I remember this. I mean, a lot of us took advantage of this. This was also, there was some fantastic post-market action. Whew. And there's Jeannie, another leg down. Oh man, guys. I know you guys are probably tired of my saying this, but at least I was able to. I mean, even a break of 10, it's almost giving us 10%. Almost. Going to watch this one tomorrow. I mean, this could easily, well, one of two things can happen. I doubt very much wherever it closes today, it'll stay there. I mean, that's, something obvious. We could have a leg down, or maybe we have that bounce. Maybe we have a nice bounce, and because if we do have a bounce, there's a lot of room for it to bounce to. Meanwhile, you guys were talking about the VLON. Yeah, you're right. It did not drop like the. I don't know, Zach. I mean, the APVO still looks fairly strong here. The only issue is all those topping tails. So you might be right. The APVO, yeah. When you look at these topping tails, so what would have to happen is that volume has to get back up to this level. Time is it? 55. So another 5 minutes for this to close. So I mean, it's possible, but the volume has to pick up. Otherwise, you might be right. You got all these topping tails. What does it mean? The buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers had it up here. They knocked it down. Up here, knocked it down. At some point, yeah, the buyers are going to say, okay, you can have it, at least for a while. I would say that this level here, I mean, it's 15 is an important level for it to try to hold. Oh, I appreciate that, David. Yeah, we've got a great group of people in here. Nero from Sam. Yeah, some volume coming in. My issue would be 765. Well, actually, that's not bad. 765 is the next high looking left. So it does have some room. And guess what? Low float, 6.6 million in the float. So another low float situation. You know what? I'm telling you, the APVO, it doesn't look dead yet. Is it terrible? Okay, I must be looking. Right now it's okay. 701, 703, 703, 706. So right now it's okay. You need that volume. Just get that volume. Remember how it exploded from about 15 to 18 in no time. It was here. It went from 1582 to almost a $3 pop. And I know this is a 2 minute candle. I'll bet you that it took 15 seconds. Look at the volume that came in. All right, let's take a look at Titan. What time frame, Real, on your top of the linear regression? Which time frame is it? Daily. Sorry. Oh, higher on the daily. Sorry. Okay. I feel suitably admonished. All right, guys. I guess I'll be in this marketing meeting. I don't think it's going to be very long. It's just probably guys in the U.S. saying Happy Thanksgiving to each other. So remembering, I've already had my Thanksgiving. Unbelievable action on that. I don't. You know what? I don't think it's dead. I actually do not think it's dead. I mean, that was a wild thrust right through that 21 mark, and then it came right back down to 18. Unbelievable. I don't think it's dead. I think it's going to have another shot through 20. That doesn't. I'm not taking it now. Believe me, I'm not taking it now. Crazy. Look at that. 123 million, 4.62 in the float. Oh, on nothing. You're absolutely right, Peter. I mean, it's phase 1B. Phase 1B. We're just in that market. You know, you can almost call it a sector now. Okay, it's the short float sector. I mean the float sector. We can almost sort of brand it like that. So it doesn't really matter what the news is anymore. If it's moving a little bit and it's got a low float, traders are going to pile into it. Okay, it doesn't really matter what the news is right now. And look at the volume, yeah, for VLON. I mean, there's no. Okay, there is. Okay, there is news, quote unquote. There is some news. Again, this is Wainwright initiating coverage. This was yesterday. $12, putting at $12, so basically double the price right now. That is Wainwright. All right, guys, let's get ready. Look at this. I mean, what did it get to? It got to 1989. This is going to be fascinating. In this, I mean, we saw what happened with that LGVN. Oh, absolutely. Price and volume. Yeah, price action, I guess. Yeah, a combination. That's what you do mean. Price and volume. I mean, obviously there are other things, but I mean, without price and volume, action, I mean, you may as well not be trading. But you mean Real's got a great set of skills, you know, in terms of looking at the EMAs and the crosses, etc. I pay attention to them. I'm not quite as drilled into it as he is, which is fine. I mean, because it's more teachable. I'm more a guy that says, you know what, if this takes out 20, it's going to go far. It's going to go further, you know, right now, just because of the craziness of the volume. Just be careful. That's funny, Becca. Oh my goodness gracious. You know what the problem is? The problem with this sort of a trade, a stock, you're afraid to sell it because it could go to 100. I mean, it's almost, I almost feel that way. I'm trading it though, guys. I am trading it. I want to see what it does in the last hour and after hours. But you almost get that feeling that could it do a LGVN? Could it do it? Look at this. I mean, it got to 45. I mean, we're talking about the same sort of price. We're talking about the same kind of float, you know? Well, I can tell you looking, I mean, my entry was just over 20. It looks like it was 2017. 2017. And I tore some out at 2076. And now don't know, I'm just going to see what happens. Ah, look at this. Pink text. Thank you, Pepe. We need more people in the room, guys. I don't understand why we're not getting more people in this room. We should have 450, 500 minimum. I know it dwindles by the end of the day, but got to figure out a way to get more people. But right now, we start off with about 350, and then over the course of the day. But we should have 500 people in this room. I mean, listen, I'd love to have thousands. I mean, I don't understand. I don't know what I can do. I mean, it's a free room. As somebody, Don, I think, pointed out, we're on point the entire time. We've got great ideas. I mean, not just me. We've got great ideas. Collaboration in the room. I just don't understand. Yeah, I should. That's funny. Yeah, no, holiday time, that is I mean, I agree this week has been a little bit slower, but I mean, I'd be happy with 500. Look, 500 people, 500 people are not going to talk. You're only going to, you might get maximum. You're going to get some people, who are going to post a lot more. The majority of people are just sort of watching, which is fine. And hopefully learning something. Yeah, sure, Grumpy. Even from you, Grumpy, I'll take your feedback. Look at this APV. Oh my goodness. I started off this morning in the pre-market saying, even though I've been trading for years, I'm always still amazed when we get an LGVN and when we see the action on it. I'm still always amazed, and yet here we are, just less than a day later, and we're getting the same sort of action. on something else, APVO. I'm sure the spiel does. I mean, I try to keep it to about 20 minutes. It's got to be done because, you know, we are trying to market the room. You know, that's why it's free. I don't know how else I can do it. There's that, you know what, my goodness. I mean, somebody mentioned, probably joking, but there's the 200-day moving average, 2251 for APVO, just looming on top of it. Well, I'm sure, yeah, the people who are in the room, I'm sure they like it, but, you know, trying to attract new people and get them to stay, and I don't know. It's a little bit frustrating. Well, I'm going to try to figure something out for the new year. I mean, I'm just sort of, it's mildly upsetting for me. That's all I can say. Yeah, I don't know what sort of a TikTok kind of a guy I am. I'm not sure. I don't, you know, I've never, I know what it is. Well, Rob, I mean, you got a point there. I mean, yeah, people ask me all the time, do I tell you what to buy or sell? And as you guys know, no, I don't. You know, I try to explain what I'm probably going to do, but I have to be very, very careful, you know, in terms of my liability of saying things like, yeah, you should take this trade right now and sell it right now and all that. I can't do that. I won't do it. I don't even know, I'll be honest, I don't know what they do in the paid rooms. If they actually say, okay, everybody, take this trade right now. I don't know if they do that. They actually do that. They say, okay, guys, take Rave right here at 147. They'll actually say that? Oh, I'm not going to. I'm not going to, believe me. I think there's too much liability. Somebody records me saying, "Okay, guys, I think APVO might, you know, it could go do what LGVN did yesterday. You know, look what LGVN did yesterday. Got up to $47. Somebody hears that and says, "Wow, the guy said this is going to $47. It's only 21. I'm going to take it." That's not what I'm saying. You know, that is not what I'm saying. Well, there is that aspect, of course. Yes, people ask me questions about the software, and you know, there is absolutely that's another huge aspect. Where these other guys don't have to do that, even if they're using Trade Ideas as their scanner, they're not teaching people how to use Trade Ideas. Yeah, let me. Okay, so what you do what you do is click on new, or sorry, click on tools. So I'm talking to Ital Trader, okay? Basically what you want to do is you want to edit your symbol list. So you can add symbols to it, right? Okay. So click on tools and then symbol lists. So, okay. From the toolbar, click on tools and then symbol lists. Let me expand my list a little bit here. Okay. And so click, like highlight the, you probably called it indices or something like that, okay? Highlight it, left click to highlight it, and then edit. And now you'll see your list. Yeah. Once it might take 30 seconds because top lists update every 30 seconds. No. You don't have to do anything else. Try it. Add, and you might have to wait 30 seconds because remember, top lists update every 30 seconds. So you may not see it immediately. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, Dan's got too much else to do. I know he used to pop in every now and then. Oh no, we're not talking about canceling the room. No. I'm just trying to figure out a way to drum up more business in the room. Dirty little secret. I mean, believe it or not, I don't do this for free. So the more people, first of all, the company has to, they're footing the bill for the room and all that. So they want to make sure that, there's enough people in the room. Especially the tips, Barry. Especially the tips. What is this going to do? Look what it did, guys. 2251. What did it get to? It got to 2208. It takes out that 200 day. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit of free promotion, maybe. Well, I mean, I could start earlier. I mean, if you guys want to start earlier, just not with me because I've got too much work to do, my scanning and all that. But I mean, I could, the room could be open earlier if William or Becca is, or Real even. But you guys are willing if you want to do that. But you've got to moderate the room. I mean, I don't mind. But I can't be in the room, because I've got to, I get up early enough, and then I've got to do a few things, and then I've got to do my scanning, and I do, a lot of things. It's not that I'm not doing anything until 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock Eastern. Well, I know if a Tal Trader, if you were there, I know you've been asking for it, and I know others have been asking for it. I am told that we will start. I don't know exactly when. I'm really hedging myself here. We will start offering the data earlier. Yeah, we're going to start offering the data earlier. It's going to be sooner than later. I would hope certainly by the end of this year, maybe, but maybe sooner. Now, I don't know if it's going to be 4 a.m. Eastern time. I know that's when I think you guys are crazy if you don't have to get up at 4 a.m. Getting up, but that's your life. Oh, you're right, Dak. I mean, most people don't know trade ideas at all. Well, the last hour, I mean, I could keep it open. I just won't be here. Okay. I mean, I'm going to be awfully selfish. Sometimes I just like to trade on my own, and it's the only time I can do it. I mean, I could, if you guys want to keep the room open till 4, but that means somebody has to stick around. I mean, I don't mind doing it if somebody will stick around, but I don't want to put the pressure on Becca or William, to have to do that, or Real. I don't want to have to put the pressure on them. Now, the other thing is that Chris is in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So there is a half hour gap. So what you guys could do is maybe keep it open another half hour, and then send everybody over to the YouTube room where Chris is. No, 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 no. I don't expect anybody to talk or to share a screen. No, no. It would be just text based. Chris works at Trade Ideas, so he'll talk about trading and he'll help people understand how to use the program. I mean, he gets a lot of very specific questions about trade ideas, but I mean, it's open. I mean, he's open to anything. Yeah, so the problem, Aspen, is that I used to do that, okay? And the problem was, especially some of the things that I do. Now, a genie, I could have done that, okay? But there's no way I could do it, for instance, for the stocks like APVO. By the time I would post it in, it's very possible that I'd want to take some out, okay? Because these are very fast moving stocks. I used to do it. And what would happen is by the time, it takes me time to post it in, type it in, and then I'd look and, oh man, I should have got out some. And there were a couple of times where I'd actually take a loss. Now, these are very fast moving stocks. Certainly, though, something like a Genie, I could have easily done that because it was slow moving. And I don't want to do it after the fact. I definitely don't. I don't want to be that guy, posting my trades after the fact. That's why I try to do it. I understand maybe people aren't always listening or they have me on mute but when I'm talking about getting into a trade, I'm saying, guys, I'm really interested in this one if it breaks 20 as an example. And then I say, why? Because, so I'm not telling anybody to do what I do, but I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm super interested in this APVO if it takes out that 200-day moving average at 2251. I mean, for it right now, it's kind of basing for it. You know, look at it. It's basing just over that 21. But I don't want people to take the trade just because I'm saying, you know, I want to take this. I'm very interested over at 2251. You guys have to make up your own mind. The other thing is then managing the trade. You know, because I can't say, okay, guys, look at popped dollar in a second. You better take some out. You've got to really, you know, some of the stuff. This has been an interesting 3 weeks. I mean, again, we'll call it the float, the low float sector has been on fire the last 3 weeks. I mean, I used to have this one up. Low floaters on the move, okay? I used to have this one up all the time. And I don't know, maybe a year ago, a year, 2 years ago, then I just found it just wasn't giving me what I wanted. Oops. But I'm sure the thing is that most of the things we see here are probably going to be in here anyway, or in, you know, the Momo, my Momo scan that you guys can have. I mean, because anything that's moving a lot typically is going to have a fairly low float. You know, now I lost you guys. Where are you? There you are. You're a funny man, Peter. Sopa. Oh, the move off the bottom here. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the end. Here's another little low floater on the move here. Now, it wouldn't show up here or some of my other scans because the relative volume is way too low. All right, 0.48. The volume is not that great, but, you know, it's up 16% for whatever reason. It's something I probably wouldn't trade though, because, you know, I look left, I see all this garbage here. I did see it. I did see Neuro. Yes, I saw that you posted it, and I did look, but I was too wrapped up in the APVO. But it was a great call. It was a great alert to the room. That's the beauty of it. You know, this is not just about me. I mean, look at, you know, Sam put Neuro. I think it probably was 724. Gets up to 810, pulls back. Boy, I can't tell you guys, this APVO is really basing. Understand? I mean, look what it's doing. Look what it's doing. I mean, considering what it was doing for most of the day. I'm not saying it's going to pop up. I don't know what it's going to do from here. But based on what it was doing for the rest of the day, this is just sort of basing here. You know it's not going to stay here. I mean, there's no way it's going to stay. When I say that, I don't mean it's going to pop up. I mean, it's either going to drop or pop. It's just not going to stay here. It's very possible, Matt. It is very, very possible. And that's why I don't want to lose sight of it. The KTTA, I just don't think it's going to happen. Oh, I'm sure. I mean, look at the LGVN. I'm sure this is not going to last. Phase 1B, I mean, this is not going to last, but it's got to get through that 200 day. I mean, it got right to it, and then it stopped. Boom down. We need another something else for a boom down. Doom. Yeah, you read my mind. Doom. I was just gonna say doom. Kersplat's not bad, but I like the doom. Obviously rhymes with boom. Yeah, a little bit. I see what you're. Yeah, the LCID is mimicking the SPY. All right, guys. Well, we're getting closer to the end. So let me think about next week in terms of keeping the room open or opening earlier if you want to do it just without me. Puts pressure on you though. You've got to monitor it. So again, in the half hour, that is sort of dead time, you can head over to the YouTube room, okay? Chris will be there. Chris at Trade Ideas will be there. Just put the link in. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I can. I might be able to do something, Becca. Yeah, if you do this for sure, I have to really think about it. Okay, not what you're asking, but you know the concept of having the room open. Okay, let's see if this APVO recaptures 20. Yeah, I don't think KTTA is going to do it. Famous last words. Have to watch it after hours. I mean, yeah, I think Dak, you posted something. I mean, this is basing a lot. If all of a sudden you got a whole bunch of volume coming in, I mean, remember this opening 9:30 candle was over 20 million shares. Okay, if you get something like I don't know, 5 million, 5 million, 7 million or so shares coming in, popping it up, yeah, this could keep moving. Yeah, I don't know about a short squeeze. I mean, somebody was mentioning a short squeeze. In terms of the short float is not a lot. The issue is this, the fact that it had all these down days. And anybody who is, shorting, and all of a sudden you get this day, you go, whoops. That's funny. I don't know if all I know is that I have an alert set up in this area. And when I shut this room down, that's all I'm going to be watching. What's the short float? So the short float percent is only 2%. For at least that's what we have for APVO. Yeah, when is the offering coming? Well, it's interesting though. LGVN did not do one. I'm sure they wish they had of, but they didn't. LGVN. They did not do one. Surprising. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? I'm getting set to shut it down. See a little surge here for Bitcoin. BITO. I guess it's had a bit of a recovery day. BITO. I don't know what the coin is today, but must be over 60,000 again. BMTX just showed up. BMTX just showed up in my option scanner, and I did see today price target. Yeah, this firm called Chardon Capital put a price target of $21. Oh, it's still under 60. Okay. It has the potential, George. Yes, I'm not saying, but it has the potential. Yes. similar floats, no real resistance. So it has the potential. Of course, I don't know if it's going to, but I certainly will be watching it. All right, guys, I think that's it. Let me get my script together and shut the room down. Tomorrow is sort of like Friday. All right, I don't see any other questions, so well, have a great evening, everybody. I'm going to shut the room down now. We'll see you tomorrow. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time.